The video junior dancers will all four the coaches challenge. Challenge is unsuccessful.
our Friday coverage inside the Firoil Center here in San Juan. It is November 14, 2025, and you guys are watching NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness, and it is a big day for the league. We got colossal matchups at hand. First game today starts at 12 noon. Benilde Blazers going up against the Letran Knights, a massive game in Group B, followed by another big game in the second offering. We got the Mapúa Cardinals and the Perpetual Altas. Top two teams in Group A will clash in the second game come 2:30 p.m. Mga kapuso, nagpapasalamat po kami sa inyong pagtutok ngayon live on Heart of Asia on your television screens. Also online, we are everywhere on Facebook, X, and IG via GMA Sports PH, and on NCAA Philippines on Facebook, YouTube, and on IG as well. Hello everybody! Magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat mga kapuso. We hope you are enjoying your meals right now with your family and friends. My name is Martin Javier. Happy to be at your service today, working alongside Coach Hammer Martin Antonio. This is a big day for the NCAA, Coach.
Definitely. Itong weekend na to will show the hand of a lot of teams kung saan sila mapupunta dito sa ating next phase, which is the quarterfinals. So we'll see how things will be panning out.
We are gearing up for the home stretch of our classification round. So expectin nyo na po na aangat yung intensity natin kada laban. Okay, now, ipapakilala natin ang maghahatid sa atin ang balita mula sa ating mga teams today since it is a big matchup. Of course, we got juicy stories from our courtside reporter, Aaron D. will be bringing us the news from the sidelines. Aaron, you got us there. Sabihin mo sa amin kung ano yung preparation ng magkabilang panig natin because this is gonna be interesting, Coach Hammer. And etong dalawang teams na to, this higher stakes ang pinaglalabanan nila dito sa matchup natin because one team can actually move up to number 2.
Yep. Dun sa Group A mamaya, magkakaroon din ng magandang matchup yan.
Yeah.
Pero mag-focus tayo ngayon on our team standings dito sa Group B. If you look at it, they are tied at number 2 with 6 and 4 slates. They are half a game ahead of the number 4 team, which is the JRU Heavy Bombers. If you lose, you will be tying up with JRU seemingly at number 3. Important game tomorrow, JRU San Beda. JRU won that first game, and they are a tough out every time. So, wala pang clear na placing on Group B. Sa Group A, alam natin Perpetual is number 1 na. Nagra-rumble na lang sila for the number 2 spot. Important game date ito and tomorrow for Group B. So, aantabayan na natin dahil I think the number for you to secure at least a number 1 or number 2 seed would be 9 wins.
9 wins.
8 wins will give you at least a fighting chance at that number 2 spot. But with the way that our tournament format is unraveling, lahat dikit-dikit and everybody has a chance to get that twice-to-beat advantage in group letter B.
And Coach, for these teams, at least, that would mean sweeping the rest of their games. They have 3 games left after this. So that would mean sweeping just to secure, lockdown that twice-to-beat advantage come quarterfinals. Let's go first. Their first round meeting very early in the season. And after this game, Letran fell into a 0-3 hole at the beginning of the season. Benilde beating them convincingly.
That was a tough stretch for Coach Alan Ricardo and the Letran Knights. But again, when you're in the doldrums, pagka nasa ibaba ka, nothing to go but up. But during this game, plus 15, nanalo ng 15 puntos ang Benilde Blazers. This was a game that Matthew Oli didn't miss anything. He was
Perfect.
on point and he was the main difference in this game. Marami dun sa mga breakdown na mahihit sa kanya and he was able to knock down shots. So we'll see if he can continue this mastery over the Letran defense. On the flip side, this was one of the handful of sterling games that Jonathan Manalili had. So, aantabayan na natin. Breakout game, Chad Gamad, yung game na yun.
That's right. Para naman dito sa Benilde Blazers, they lost. Last time they played, Coach Hammer, was against the San Beda Red Lions. It was close. It only got close until the very end, but San Beda had control pretty much majority of that game.
But they were able to get it into single digits to 1 point, solitary point. Na ibaba nila yun, but Brian Sahonia knocked down a big triple in that end game. But at the end of the day, they had enough fight. And remember, walang Allen Liwag dun sa roster nila. Still ailing, still trying to recover. Hopefully, he is there in time for their playoff push. But Sunbera was knocking down threes. They were able to knock down free throws. They were able to provide defensive intensity, which Benilde also provided in the fourth quarter. Kinapos lang, naubusan lang ng oras yung Benilde.
This is the final score, 80-76. A close game for both teams in Group B. For the Letran Knights, they were able to get their revenge against their first game tormentors, the JRU Heavy Bombers, and to do it this way, Coach Hammer, kakaangat yan ng moral ng buong Letran team.
I'll put that on a red box. 23 assists in, I think it was 35 made field goals. Gotta check my stats so that it would be correct. Yes, 35 made field goals against JRU. That's very important. That ball has energy every time that moves around. Good things happen. That 23 assists is a big number. Siyam dyan, galing kay Jonathan Manalili. Tatlo, galing kay Kuahaw. 5, galing kay Kuahaw. Tatlo, galing kay Estrada. So yung mga ball-dominant players nila, nahihit din yung mga open guys. So that's very important for their offense.
And they just overwhelmed JRU with their length, size on the court. Hindi makapwesto doon yung batang team ni Coach Nani Epondolan. Okay mga kapuso, it's a big game for Benilde and Letran. This is, to move up to number 2 in our team standings. It'll start in a bit. Let's turn it over to our Coliseum announcer to introduce our starters.
Magandang tanghali mga kapuso. Mula sa Ville Oil Center here in San Juan City, ito po ang inyong NCAA Season 101 Building Greatness live ngayon sa the heart of Asia worldwide sa GMA News TV at may live streaming pa sa gmanetwork.com, NCAA Philippines website, YouTube, at Facebook. Our first game for Friday doubleheader Seniors Division eliminations. It's the Benilde Blazers taking on the Letran Knights. Let's meet our starting lineups. Starting for the Benilde Blazers at guard number 17, Jomel Anjeta. The other guard number 39.
Time to meet the starters for both teams. Anjeta, Inot, Celis, Morales, and Sean Umali at the center spot for Benilde. Still no Allen Liwag, who is still out with that shoulder injury. It will take maybe a week or two to get him fully recovered and get him ready for the playoffs here, if they do make it to the playoffs. On the other side, for the Letran Knights, you have Shad Gaman. He got his breakout performance like Coach Hammer mentioned in that first matchup against Benilde. Siya yung gagamitin dito alongside UC, Gwen Salida, Kevin Santos, and at the point is the leading assist man of the league, Jonathan Titing Manalili. Mga kapuso, maraming salamat sa inyong panonood. This is NCAA Season 101 and our officials for this game. 2 FIBA International referees in Jonard Garcia and Ricor Guaron with Kevin John Tangkion. Jonard Garcia will serve as the crew chief.
Before we start, sending our love to a lot of our kababayans in Cebu. A lot of our starters sa handful. Titing, itong si Celis, Gabby Cometa, I was talking to him, Tony Inot. Some of them their families were affected by the recent flooding. So we're hoping that all is okay with them, and we're praying for all of you.
Both by the earthquake and the typhoon. But we begin this ball game between Benilde and Letran, both teams at number 2 and number 3, but with identical records. And again, higher stakes this time around for them in their second matchup of the season as they try to secure twice to beat advantage in Group B. A quick foul given up here by John Morales. You guys have Martin Javier, Coach Hammer, Martin Antonio. Coach, what do you expect in the early goings of this game?
Well, first possession, makapal yung tawagan. Blinow up yung cross screen, walang tawag yung referees natin. So, they would let the players play.
Oh, that time, overcommitting was Tony Inot, and if you're Benilde, that's not what you want to see, especially in the first 30 seconds. 2 quick fouls for the white shirts. This is Coach Alan Ricardo. Ever since that 0-3 start, they've gone 6-1 since then. AJ Buensalida makes his move. Umali denies him. Buensalida. Short stab. That was partially blocked by Morales. But there is another whistle, Coach. 3 fouls in the first 34 seconds of the game.
Yeah, 3 quick ones. Para dito sa Benilde Blazers. And that's aggression for you. With Letran. Ito, na-engage na naman nila yung bigs nila.
Yeah.
Dalawang looks na agad. One from Kevin Santos and one from Buensalida on that left post up.
And this is Chad Gamad at the free throw line. Again, he was in double figures. And early on, siya yung pinagkatiwalaan nito ni Coach Alan Ricardo at the 2 spot. Phil Canadian, they know what he can do on the floor, especially his sniping from the outside.
Such a tough, really tough player.
Yeah.
Physical player.
Full court pressure being applied here by the Letran Knights. Easily ran across by Benilde. Morales, Inot. Again, the Blazers are coming off a loss against San Beda, so that's what they want to bounce back from. But Joel Ancheta nails it from just inside the arc.
Nice pull-up shot by Ancheta on the flow of their offense.
Buensalida stops, surveys the floor, and gets it to his point guard, Titing. Gamad from the corner. Gamad knocks it down.
Strong side help. Never leave the shooter open. That was an easy recognition by Manalili to the corner shooter.
Letran hitting their shots early on. Jomel left with space. No good. And there's a foul underneath as we go courtside for the first time. Here's Aaron D. Aaron, go ahead.
Great to be back with you today, Martin and Coach Hammer. Bad news once again for the Benilde Blazers as the reigning MVP, Allen Liwag, remains out for today's ball game. Now that puts a lot of eyes on another big man of the Benilde Blazers, and that is Sean O'Malley. Actually got a chance to talk to Sean O'Malley just before the ball game, and I asked him if he feels any pressure with Allen Liwag being out, and ang sagot naman niya, hindi naman nabago na kahit anong role ang ibigay sa akin ni Coach. As a veteran, gusto ko yung challenge ako. In fact, O'Malley received a text from Coach Charles Ju challenging him and even telling him, show them what you got. Even with all the pressure coming into the day, O'Malley still takes this as a normal game. And once again, will we see Sean O'Malley unleashed in today's ball game against Letran? Balik sa inyo, Martin and Coach Hammer.
Thanks, Aaron. Well, that is the expectation from Sean O'Malley. Now, fully solidifying that center spot for the Blazers as we see Allen Liwag here still nursing that left shoulder injury. For Sean, Coach, siya na yung sentro, wala na siyang kahate, kumbaga, sa front court.
Well, we saw it in the 4th quarter of the San Beda game. Basic basketball, they went for a cross screen, pin down, post up. Dami nilang nakuha na puntos. Dami nilang nakuhang looks.
Oof. This is going to be a foul on Rafi Celis. And for Sean, you know, penalty na itong Blazers. Inot getting the rebound and pushes the other way. He throws it away though. Coach, for Sean, you know, a lot of people consider him as undersized, kumbaga, especially against the likes of Buensalida and Kevin Santos, but alam niya kung paano gamitin yung lakas niya at yung bigat niya.
Remember, he's one of the best defensive players that we have. When he was with LPU, he can contain the ball screen. That's number 1. He can switch on guards. He can be in front of the guards. Number 2, he can be a post defender. He is a very good help side shot blocker. So, size is a relative, especially now with the way basketball is played.
And remember, first matchup of the season between these two teams. Allen Liwag also didn't play. Sean Titing Manalili is able to score his first 2 points, and Letran is ahead 7-4. First basket of the game for Titing Manalili, who is averaging 9 assists per game and is very impressive first year in the NCAA. We call him the best playmaker in college basketball.
I'm putting my money on that.
Yeah.
Just
No
by
question.
the effect that he has. You can put him, you can trade him with any player in any school right now, and he would be able to run that system to a T.
He just sees the game on
yeah.
a different view, or from a different view. Ancheta. Enot drops it in. That's been the difference in the last few games for Tony Enot. He's been hitting his outside shots.
And not only that, 23, 8, and 2.5 assists a game in the past 2 games of Tony Enot.
Pero mabilis na bawi mula kay Titing Manalili. 10-7, tit for tat here in the first. They spray it to Morales, who drops in the triple from the other corner.
I've been telling you, this guy is a very good shooter. He is a star in his role. He gets rebounds, he knows how to defend, very important, and he knows the cracks of the defense. Nandun lang siya sa mga gap.
One great complementary piece in this lineup of Coach Charles Chu. Ancheta will be whistled for the foul, and as early as now with 6:23 left, pupunta na sa linya ang Letran. 2 threes for the Blazers. And Manalili answers with a step back banker. Pero ito yung huling 3 puntos ni John Morales, and this is why he is in the starting lineup.
And he lost a lot of weight too. Lost a lot of weight, looks like he's in great shape. So it helps his game. Especially with, yun nga, binabanggit natin the way the game is played. Wala ka na namang gaano mga bigs na nasa ilalim. Madalang ka makakita ng mga ganitong tandem na Kevin Santos and Buen Salida, Omega, na dalawang big nasa ilalim. So, parang 4 na wing and 1 big guy na lang. Ganyan na yung laro na yun eh.
Chad Gamad, who got the start today with some early production for the Letran Knights. He only played 7 minutes against JRU. Pero mukhang siya yung gustong katandem dito ni Coach Allen with Manalili. Manalili has the basketball. Gets into the paint and puts it up and in. That's maturity for Manalili on offense. 14-10. Morales left open again, and he hits another 3. So we've been countering shots here in the first. That's up to 8 points now for John Morales. We have our first timeout. Balik sa ating laban, and again, Tony Enot has been on fire as of late for the Benilde Blazers, and we love to see an offensive-minded Tony Enot here in the NCAA.
Well, he's their point guard. Make no mistake about it. They are the best squad when he is running point. They're at their best. If he's the point of attack, 21, 8, and 2 in 29 minutes against San Beda. 23 points a game the past 2 games. 8 boards, 2.5 assists. That's on average. That's the Tony Enot that we know. And he's a mythical 5 member last season.
In his first shot today with a board and a block. Going into our Undas break, he only hit 4 3-pointers. Since the break, he has hit 9 more.
If there's a team that needed that break and that canceled game, it was the Benilde Blazers for them to get healthy. Laking bagay nun. It gives them more time to let Allen percolate and recover.
Oh, Tony Enot making his second triple in the opening frame. And Benilde takes over the lead, 16-14. AJ Buensalida misses the short hook. Ito na ang Benilde Blazers. Morales in rhythm. Morales drops in the 3-pointer.
Trail guy, just jump stomp on top of the key, ball reversal, good pull-up 3.
11 points in the first quarter. And Benilde has already hit 5 threes. Jimboy is in the game. When Salida knocks down the short J.
It's also a sneaky good matchup on the post. Umali and Buen Salida. Both big guys that would like to bang and get those boards. Si Buen Salida, di ba natin nakikita na mga nagsuswitch sa guards. So mostly nandiyan siya nakapark sa ilalim.
Corner shot. Jomel Ancheta. It's a 3-point party for the Blazers in the first frame.
Yep, knocking down all those open shots na binibigay ng strong side help. Laging dun sa mga kanto kasi tumutulong yung mga defenders sa kanto pag may downhill drive.
6 threes for Benilde. 6 out of 9 from long distance.
Quick
Natapigan ni
hands.
Sean. Ito na si Ancheta. Morales unable to save the basketball. Teo Cuajao comes in for Letran, replacing Chad Gamat for more firepower. But how about the Blazers creating the separation through their shooting?
Well, it's basic. They've been knocking down shots. Ito, pagka mga downhill drive, pagka mga kick-out pass on that corner, pag humihel, yung trail big, laging libre yan on the reversal. Ang mga masakit dyan yung nasa harapan titirahan ka eh. Pero, you know Coach Charles, he's scheming this, and they know where the help side is coming.
Oh, Manalili missing the layup. Here comes Jomel Ancheta. Ancheta dumidiskarte. Tahubong thought about the 3. Here's Jomel, covered by a larger defender in Omega. A pickpocket by Jimboy will be called a foul.
Yep. Number 26, Jimboy Estrada.
So this is a guy Letran has to get going. Jimboy Estrada.
For Jamel Ancheta.
Oh, sumabit muna si Estrada before he went for the swipe. Another timeout here. The Blazers all of a sudden are ahead. Welcome back to the coverage, and a guy who has had to defer to a role off the bench, Jimboy Estrada, finding the killer in him in the previous game against the Heavy Bombers, coach.
Well, he would get his touches. Make no mistake about it. He is their 6th starter. Ganun sila kalalim. Diba? 20 points, 3 rebounds. Ito yung importante dyan yun. 3 assists in 24 minutes. That's a big number. When you got 23 assists and I'm doing my mental math, 15 assists coming from the ball-dominant players that you have in Manalili, Cuajao, and him, malaking bagay yun. Actually, mali pa nga ako, 5 kasi yung assists ni Cuajao, 17 assists of the 23 coming off 3 guys. That's a big number.
Unselfish basketball, and again, you got elite playmakers from Letran, but Tony Inot continues his hot start. 3rd triple for Tony, and the lead is 9.
Attacking that switch. Big to small switch. Tinirahan lang ni Tony.
Yung tira ni Manalili, clean up by Mark Denver Omega. So now, Letran will try to delay Benilde's offense. Inot will attack with the intention to pass it to Gaspay, and there's another whistle.
Ito, yung big to small switch, ang layo niyan. That's too far for Tony Inot. Especially, nakita na niyang pumasok ng 2 beses yung tira niya. The moment that he sees you backpedal and he gets into that jump stop to pull up, laking bagay.
Torres to Gaspay behind the back. Extra pass. Eusebio had to force it. Torres. And Santos secures the rebound.
This is the best position to play for Jake Gaspay, 4-5. Kasi he's a guy that can switch on the pick and roll, can be a help side defender.
Beautifully done. 2-man game between Manalili and and Omega.
Miscommunication there. Hindi alam kung magsa-switch ba, jump switch. Dalawang beses dinaanan yung screen.
Eusebio, left with space. Eusebio joins the three-point barrage. How about Benilde's start in this game, especially from long distance? Santos denied by Gaspay. And there's a whistle against Manalili. 28-20. What a start here for the Blazers. As we take a look at this sequence, Omega getting it from Manalili on the roll.
Dun yung nagkaroon ng miscommunication. Hindi alam kung babattle over ba si Torres, so switch ba si Gaspay on the downhill dahil yung simpleng pag-stop at pagkabig ng dribble, nagkakaroon na agad ng space yung depensa na magkaroon ng conflict. Importante doon, usap, pero mahirap kasi may drums din.
And that's why, you know, what Manalili is doing is so impressive, Coach. Yung mga galaw na yon,
Veterano.
veterano.
Sa laro mo lang makukuha.
And it disrupts, you know, whatever defense is thrown at them. Here's Omega. Offensive foul?
Oh, on that screen-the-screener action. Spain ba yung tinakbo? Screen-the-screener.
Si Eusebio yung tatawagan dito. That's his second.
I think that was on Estrada.
Oh, Estrada.
Oo.
Oh, yeah. Jimboy, yeah.
Dun sa cross screen.
So, second one on Estrada. He has to be careful. Eusebio hit one earlier. Ilalapit na dito. Nabitawan ng bola. Picked up by Santos. Here's Peter Rosilio. Pushing. And he draws contact. And a foul on the floor.
Tawagan si Jake Gaspay on the seal of Mark Omega.
So MDO will be tested early on here from the free throw line.
Sinasabi ni Jake, pag seal daw ni Mark, nakahawak sa shorts.
Kaya kuma-counter siya.
Oo.
This is MDO from the free throw line. Last time against Benilde in their first matchup of the season, only played 13 minutes because he was in foul trouble majority of the game.
Sabi ko sa'yo, Martin, itong dalawang team na to, ito yung dalawang pinakamalalim when it comes to talent. Talent lang, titignan mo lang by the names and by the receipts that they left wherever they played. Ang lalalim nitong dalawang team na to. And it's scary to see them in the playoffs, ha. Pag naka-matchup mo to, ang hirap kalaban yan.
Kahit bago kasi yung mga mukha, experienced din.
Oo.
Oh, Justin Sanchez is now in the ball game again, going off the bench today. Stolen by Rosilio. Good challenge by Sanchez to prevent the hoop. Ito na. Ang Benilde. Sanchez will force it. No. That's a little too wild for Justin. Ito na si Peter Rosilio. Letran just down by 6 after all they've been through here in the first. Jimboy turns and Torres picks up the foul. So Ian Torres gets his first foul here as Estrada made his move. Jimboy Estrada at the free throw line.
If he was born a little bit earlier, late 90s, early 2000s, his game would have been
Perfect, ano?
perfect.
Yeah.
Post up na wing. Pero ngayon, bagay din siya kasi may mid-range siya. Pero it would have been a little bit more amplified with the way that he's playing. Kasi ngayon yung mid-range niya. Pero na-extend na nga sa 3 points. Mid-range killer talaga.
And we had, you know, slower pace before.
Yeah,
Coach.
exactly.
So mas ganun siya maglaro. Mas in control.
Between In between siya maglaro.
Sanchez pulling the trigger and goes for the swish on the 3. 9th three-pointer for the Blazers.
And that equals their production from last game.
Quahao could not make it. And that's how we will end the first 10 minutes of action. The Blazers starting off really hot here in the first frame. They're ahead 31-24. Welcome back to our coverage. And now we shall introduce the members of the Mancom. Father Vic Alvo Jr. OP from Letran is here at the VIP boxer. Dax Castellano of De La Salle College of St. Benilde. Also in attendance here. Second quarter begins. This is the matchup between the Benilde Blazers and the Letran Knights. Martin Javier, Coach Hammer, Martin Antonio. Later on we'll hear from Aaron D again. Coach, first quarter, as we see Gaspay here draw the foul. First quarter, it was actually Letran who got the faster start. And then Benilde caught fire from long distance.
9 3-pointers made for the Benilde Blazers. That's 27 points out of the 31. If you're doing math, that's almost 90% of their total production. 9 free throws made naman para sa Letran. So, give or take, ang taas ng scoring natin the first quarter.
You saw Sir Frank Ducey Jr. of Perpetual. His team will be in action later on. And Dr. Lorenzo from Emilio Aguinaldo College. Imagine Letran shot it 7 out of 19 from the field. But Coach mentioned 9 out of 9 from the free throw line. They fully took advantage of the foul trouble of Benilde early on because they were in the penalty with 6 minutes and 23 seconds left in the opening quarter. Jim Boy from mid-range, he drops it in. Automatic for Jim Boy. Let's turn you over to our courtside reporter. We got Aaron D on standby. Aaron?
Coming into this big rivalry game, the Letran Knights are looking for redemption. And they did just that in their last one versus JRU, a team that beat them in the first round. Now they're looking to repeat that against the Benilde Blazers. Got a chance as well to talk to Coach Alan Ricardo before the game, and I asked him, what's different from their first matchup to today? And his answer was, we're healthy now. And Jimboy Estrada is playing today. Speaking of Jimboy Estrada, he had a great game against JRU. And tinanong ko siya about the thought process heading into today. Ika ni Jimboy, sobrang excited ako for today because wala ako sa last round. During that time, confined ako sa ospital. And gigil na gigil ako noon. Gusto ko lumabas ng ospital at matulungan yung team ko. Pau finally suiting up against Benilde. Can he be the missing piece to get the W? Balik sa inyo, Martin and Coach Hammer.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Well, so far he is starting to make a difference for Letran. And for the Knights, like what you mentioned, they have a chance to get revenge on a first encounter tormentor as Kevin Santos takes it straight to the cup. But back the other way we go. Justin Sanchez with a quick reply.
Yep, early forward pass. Both teams scoring in transition. Isa galing off a stop, pasa kay Kevin Santos. Sa kabila naman, forward pass, Justin Sanchez, downhill drive, walang ball stop.
So score is 35-28. Blazers maintain the lead. Jim Boy, no. And Eusebio secures it. The Blazers are off and running. Sanchez, sinalubong ni Mark Denver Omega. Let's check out this sequence. Kevin Santos running.
Tough pass. In traffic in the hands.
Threading the needle, you saw different arms. Dun sa path ng bola doon.
Martin, 3 team fouls na ngayon ang Letran to start of this quarter.
Sila naman, coach, ano? Buensalida, And Cuajao are back in the contest. Hindi, si Luis Tapeño pala yung pumasok. Pinalitan si Omega at Santos. Fourth team foul on Letran in the first 2 minutes of the second frame. This is
Too aggressive.
interesting, yeah.
Oo, too aggressive. But that's only one part of the equation. Okay, sige, ma-foul ka na ma-foul. You gotta knock down your free throws. You gotta knock down those free throws. Dahil it would be a huge disservice to your offensive packages and the things that you're doing offensively kung hindi ka makashoot ng free throw. Kahit ma-penalty ka pa ng ma-penalty dyan.
That's true. Only one trip to the free throw line for Benilde. This will be their second. Rosilio was called for a technical foul. And Ian Torres calmly sinks the free throw. So Benilde now ahead by 8. And double black eye para sa Letran na technical ka na. Tapos, yun na lang yung natitira mong foul to give sa second quarter before you enter the penalty situation. Ito na, penalty na. Ang Letran Knights with only 2 minutes and 6 seconds going by in the second quarter.
Warning on the bench of the Letran Knights. Justin Sanchez in the line, shooting 2.
So you gotta get a big inhale, exhale, defend properly. When you say defend properly, you pressure but you don't cross-chop. You pressure, you don't put an armbar. It's easier said than done.
It's true.
Kasi detalye yan eh. Kailangan disiplinado kang team. You have to be disciplined. Especially now you're behind the 8 ball. Limang team fouls and penalty, you're down 10. Ang hirap mag-effort pagka wala kang room for error.
And coach, you're adjusting on the fly dun sa tawagan sa laban. Kung kailangan mong ibahin yung tendency mo, you have to adjust to it real time.
Traveling pa. Ang ano lang kasi dyan, Martin, defense is all about being disciplined. May mga iba't ibang principles sa mga coaches that do you want to be aggressive, really aggressive. Do you want to play in space? Do you want to play in zone? Pero, it all boils down to one-on-one defense, moving your feet, not holding on to your opponents, walling up, taking contact. Yun ang pinakamahirap kasi, yung taking contact. Pag binabangga ka ng inangat-ngat ka, dun ka na madalas pumapalo, dun ka na madalas humahawak. Lalo na pag hindi ka ready.
So that's a challenge right now for the Letran Knights. They are already in the penalty with a lot of time left in the first half. Ian Torres, laser on the 3, and that enables Benilde to build their biggest lead of the game, 40-28. Tapeño. Buen salida. Backing down on Gaspay. Buen salida. This is his move. Short hook goes in.
Yep, backing down on that left block, getting into the middle. Traffic na nga doon, pero he can shoot over the defender.
Gaspay flips it out. Cajucom. Cajucom got the switch. He's got Buen salida on him.
Oh,
Bitawan ni Torres.
Not recognizing the mismatch. Again, you have to be smart enough to recognize. Uy, dalawa foul ng Estrada. Big to small switch. Naka-post up yung Morales. Subok lang. Give him one time, one bump as we see this jump hook. Tingin lang baka pumaul. Hindi mo alam.
Manalini straight to the cup and with the left hand. So 2 quick baskets for Letran. Torres. Swing. Gaspay. Natapikan sa likod.
The defense of the Letran Knights as we see this downhill drive by Manalili. Full head of steam. 4 yung dinaanan, ha? But the defense
of the first half.
Defense of Letran giving up a lot of open looks from the outside. Coming off downhill drives, skip passing, and strong side passing.
And unrecognized by the Blazers in a couple of plays already.
Siya kasi nasushoot eh.
Jimboy over Cajucom and
oh, that's an easy call. They would call that because you're jumping towards the body of the shooter. Especially for post-up guys. wing post-up guys who would just elevate. At makikita natin, yung talon ni Kahukong papunta kasi sa katawan eh. Ayan o, exactly. Tatawagan ganyan eh. That is his cylinder. Buti hindi nga sa paa naglanding.
So, 2 free throws for Jimboy Estrada when we return. Oh, fan cam tayo. Oh, yeah, beautiful faces all around Phil Oil. And students from, from De La Salle College of St. Benilde. And of course, from Colegio de San Juan de Letran, they traveled from Taft and Intramuros just to witness their team in action and their favorite players, of course. Maraming salamat po. They know it's a big game, coach, and they know their teams need a 6th man today. And that's the energy they are going to provide dito sa ating fan camp. Yan o, dapat ganyan, binibidyoan nyo yung sarili ninyo. But we thank you for joining us. And to those who are watching live on TV, Heart of Asia tayo. Diyan nyo kami mapanood. And NCAA Philippines GMA Sports PH via live stream. 2 shots for Jimboy Estrada, who was done well in preserving himself because he picked up his 2nd foul, coach, tail end of the 2nd quarter. Dito, disiplinado siya.
Quick numbers reset, Martin. 75% of the output of the Benilde Blazers came 10 3-pointers made. 10 3-pointers made.
That's crazy.
71% shooting clip. 72, 71.4. Ganyan yan.
Sa
Grabe.
ibang games, sa ibang cases, pang buong game na yun.
Oh, yeah.
Diba?
Maybe they just made 10 3-pointers. One more than they had last game.
So Sanchez, too many steps. Will give the ball back to Letran. Right here, fumbled a bit.
Napaganda pa yung sundot ni Puensalida. Sasabihin ng coaches, huwag ka susundot sa poste, baka mapihitan ka. Napaganda pa.
Off balance si Justin Sanchez. Turnover count natin. The Blazers have more. Manalili. Oh, Manalili. Jimboy gets to the paint. Puensalida. Money shot. Neto ni AJ Puensalida.
Yep, short corner. Just a little bit of one step back dun sa dunker spot. At meron ka niyan pagka-traditional ka na big guy. Pero ngayon kasi, iba na. Iba na talaga. Nakastretch na yung mga bigs. Kaya marami rin talagang opportunities for guards to drive.
And now, Letran tightening the screws defensively. Estrada, no. Roque, the cleanup.
Welcome back, Jun Roque.
Another. No, it wasn't completed. Oh, yeah. Another turnover for the Blazers. That is number 11 on them. And Letran is fully taking advantage. AJ Puensalida with his 6th point of the first half. And off the Jimboy miss, the trailer, Jun Roque.
So almost 1-1. 9 turnover points out of 11 turnovers ang Letran. This is keeping them in striking distance.
By the way, it's been a 10-0 run for Letran ever since going down 40-28 minutes ago.
And a lot of those coming off those wild passes ng Benilde.
Manalili on top. Screen provided. Manalili misses badly. Cometa. And Cometa has the free lane.
Getting a stop there, and they score on transition naman. Their 5th transition basket. 5 points of turnovers pala. 5th point nila.
That ends the 10-0 Letran run. Manalili. Roque from mid-range. It's good.
scares me even more. It scares me even more. Ganon sila kalalim na yung Jun Roque. Pang-apat, pang-lima pa nila na wing.
Yeah.
Kasi he's also coming off an injury, still trying to get his timing and rhythm back.
Remember, this is a top scorer of Perpetual a few years back.
Mythical
in the NCAA.
five
Mythical
member.
5, exactly. Manalili. Sean meeting him up top. Eno 2-on-2. Sanchez. Yes.
Good unselfish play by Tony Enot. Perfectly executed bounce pass in traffic.
A fast blast here for Benilde as they maintain the lead. Jimboy still has it. Tapeño, 8 on the 24. Luis Tapeño will make his move, called his own number, and the tip-in goes in for Buensalida.
Activity inside the shaded area. Misbox out right there.
Second chance points. That is number 11 for the Letran Knights. And the lead is down to 2 again. Umali will carve space, and he goes for the reverse.
Me likey. Me likey, the big man.
Big man delivering the points in this stretch, and the Blazers maintain the 4-point lead. We're back to the coverage and continuing our action here in the second frame. Sean Umali blocking Manalili with his left hand. And Manalili was looking for the foul afterwards. And here's Big Sean able to get by Buensalida on that post-up.
Wala ka na magagawa doon. That was good defense. Walling him up, pushing him underneath the backboard, putting in the footwork. Nababanggit to ni Coach Jerry, nakikita rin ni Prince whenever they cover. Big guys would like, you'd like big guys to be able to move as nimble as possible, both offensively and defensively. Yung nakakagalaw ka, nakaka-shade ka sa mga umaatake. Kaya siya nakakuha ng head side blocks eh. Marunong umwesto, maganda yung paa, malambot yung kamay.
Two good examples of that. Buensalida and Umali. Diba? Mid-range jumper. Off the rim. And here comes Letran. Manalili. Matthew Oli secures the board. Ito na si Cometa. Lobbing it up. Easy pickings for Buensalida. Jimboy to the corner. Roque knocks it down.
7 points off the pine. Jun Roque. Allow me to reintroduce myself.
Well, sa atin hindi kailangan. Pero sa NCAA community, hinahanap nila yan. As Morales draws the foul in that sequence. Look at this. Jun Roque, this time from just inside the arc and then off the extra pass. Yan yung favorite spot niya from 3 points. Corner pocket.
And it's easier now. Kanina, well, I was in practice and I was in a workout. I was asking the coaches around, ano yung 2 types of players na gusto mong kasama sa team? Hyper-competitive glue guy and scorer na facilitator. Letran has those. So Manalili is a scorer, but he can facilitate. They have a handful of glue guys here. Kevin Santos for one, superstar in his role.
That's right.
That provides extra possession and it's scary. Pati yung Benilde, ganun din.
If you put Kevin Santos on any other team, he'd be the star of that team.
Oh yeah, no question.
Ravi Celis, 3-on-1. And Morales counted plus the foul for John Morales.
just being disciplined. Itong si Morales, ay, running the lanes. Ang nangyari pa doon, ayan, no? It's a fast break. Ang instruction sa kanya is to stretch out sa labas, and then pag may umatake, go inside to get an offensive rebound. Then pinagsakan ng bola, finishing it with a finger roll, 13 points.
In the first half with John Morales. Coach, ang masakit para sa Letran, a guy who was playing very well so far, Aaron Buensalida, just picked up his third. Ito siya ngayon, he has 8 points. And Cyrix Silorio will check in for AJ Buensalida, so the rookie will get some burn here.
So now they would run a smaller lineup. Santos will be posting up. Ito yung magiging flip nila. Or they would run a 5-out. Kasi si Silorio, nakita natin stretch 4 ito, tumitira sa labas, nakaka-dribble handoff. Yun yung skill set niya. Tingnan natin kung dadalhin lang sa poste si Santos dito.
But still a lot of versatility for the Letran Knights. Here's the trigger by Estrada. Manalili. Jimboy against Celis now. Crossover. Drive, floater is off. And Oli now. Manalili interferes. Behind the back. Pinakagat. Good recovery by Matthew Oli. But Jimboy will pull it back and reset the offense. Estrada. Silorio denied by Sean. His third block of the game. And that's a fantastic defensive sequence for Benilde.
Good scramble for the Benilde Blazers. This was the behind the back pass, but great defense by Matthew Oli right there.
And then Sean Humani denying Silorio. Tony not misfires. Jimboy nagmamadali. Manalili, yes! 2+1 for Jonathan Manalili. Letran is within a point.
Downhill and finishing, taking the contact. Born ready. No? Yan, born ready. Di ba parang yung feel niya sa laro,
Iba, coach.
iba, and develop dun sa system ng Letran. And his iba yung vibe na dala niya. Yung aura, as the younger guys would call it.
And to think as... Oh, we proceed to our third deadlock of the game. 48 apiece. Letran climbing back from 12 points down. It was 40-28 at one point here in the second quarter. Pumalag itong Letran Knights at nakabalik. Cometa. Being closely guarded by Manalili. 5 to shoot. Enot off the catch. Tony loses it. Enough time to get a hig. Oh, touchdown, Santos! Yes! And Letran overtakes at the buzzer. How about this? Again, court awareness for Manalili, recognizing his running big Santos was way ahead of everybody.
And remember last season, Kevin Santos had a game winner against his Benilde Blazers on a final second shot din.
That's right.
Correct?
That's right.
Yeah?
Mahilig. Ito si Kevin Santos doon. 50-48, reviewing it. But from what we saw in the replay, clearly counted for Kevin Santos. So the score is 50-48. We go to the halftime break. Numbers and story of the first half coming your way alongside performances in our cheerleading squads. Welcome back to our coverage. We're still inside the Philoil Center here in San Juan City. NCAA Season 101 on Heart of Asia. At the half, it is the Letran Knights with a 2-point lead. They got it through a Kevin Santos buzzer beater to end the first half. Coach, kwento mo sa amin, nangyari dito sa first quarter natin.
Well, first quarter, it was all outside shooting by the Benilde Blazers. They scored 31 points. 27 of those came from three-pointers lead. All right. They were able to knock down shots. They were able to get the passes to the people who can take and make three-pointers. Just like that, Morales had 3 three-pointers in the first quarter. Letran scored 24 points because they were able to maximize the early penalty ng Benilde Blazers. They were down 7 at the end of the first because of 9 out of 9 from the free throw line. Yun yung nangyari in the first quarter. But in the second quarter, totally different story. Letran making stops and scoring in transition, had a 10-0 run, so that was big for them.
And the Blazers actually had the better start in that second quarter because they were ahead 40-28. That was their biggest lead. 40-28 in the second frame. And then you mentioned a 10-0 run happened for the Letran Knights. And the Blazers were exposed a little bit because, you know, one thing they've been struggling on consistently here in the season is the turnover count. They commit second most in the season, 16.9 turnovers per game. In the first half, they had 14, Coach. In the second quarter alone, they had 8.
That's very important. You give out big leads. Bumibigay yung mga lamang na ilalapit yung score. Number 1, pag pumafoul ka. Number 2, pag nagta-turnover ka. Number 3, pag bad shots. So 2 out of 3. Marami silang foul in the second quarter. Marami silang turnovers. Kaya nailapit yung score. So, dikit pa nga. Tabla pa tayo eh. Kaya lang, one basket away. It was Kevin Santos streaking and getting, again, points off a turnover. Big number. Plus 11 turnovers ang Benilde. 14-3. It's very hard to win when you give up a lot of free throws and your opponent is not missing from the free throw line because of bad fouls and you turn the ball over.
And that has translated to also 14 points of turnovers for the Benilde Blazers. But we gotta credit their defense a little bit here in the first half. They were able to get 8 blocks compared to none for Letran.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
8 shot blocks, 3 from Sean Umali, if I'm not mistaken.
But second chance points, that was owned by the Letran Knights, 11-2, and that's one of the reasons why Letran is a plus 15 in shot attempts dun sa first 2 quarters natin.
So if we're looking at it, plus 15 on shot attempts of it, they missed 24. They had 8 offensive rebounds, 33% offensive rebounding rate. It's good.
So leading scorers natin, Morales with 13 for Benilde. Manalili leading the way for Letran with 12 alongside 4 assists. Aaron Guensalida playing very well with 8 points. And Tony Inot with 3 3-pointers in the first half. 9 points. Second half is now underway. Once again, this is Martin Javier and Coach Hammer Martin Antonio taking you through this coverage. Both teams at 6 and 4 right now, trying to secure number 2. And we start off with Manalili adding on to his total.
May konting bulong pa after making that shot. And that's competitive. Competitive gusto. Gusto lang natin yung na ganyan, na madiin maglaro yung mga player natin.
And they're slowly feeling the gravity of this game. Morales, they swing. Oh, that's good interference by Manalili. So he's playing on both ends now.
Laking bagay ng Roque. Malaki na wing na very aggressive sa passing lanes. And on the flip side naman, sa kabila, nakakagambol din yung mga bigs nila. A little bit quicker itong lineup na to without Guensalida and Omega inside the floor.
That's right. And that forces a shot clock violation on the Blazers. This lineup, this lengthy lineup, overwhelmed JRU, Coach. Kaya nakuha ng Letran yung malaking separation in their previous game.
Well, ako naman, out of my personal fandom, gusto ko magkaroon ng magandang laro si Celorio. So this guy is really one of the next guys. I think he is, he would be a small forward in the future, but he knows how to play.
Oh yeah, look at him. Backing down, short hook, a little wild.
Nasa corner yung shooter, hindi nakita. Open.
Morales. Ancheta on top here. All of a sudden, the Blazers are down by 2 possessions. Ancheta. Inot drives. Inot gets into double figures. And the continuation.
That's hard to stop. With Tony Inot with a full head of steam and you take contact on the body, he can still finish it. Sobrang dynamic scorer kasi ni Tony.
Okay, let's use this time to go back to our courtside reporter who got info from our dugouts. Nandito si Aaron D. Aaron?
After starting out scorching hot from 3 in that first quarter, the Benilde Blazers gave up some ground in that second quarter. During that halftime huddle, Coach Charles Chu mentioned, we're 63% from the field. We have no problem shooting the ball, no problem with offense. The biggest problem, it was all about the turnovers. Coach Charles Chu also told his boys to stop rushing as there were numerous times where their outlet passes would get stolen. And he also mentioned and singled out Justin Sanchez to end that huddle. Binanggit niya, you're the bad boy, right? Show it in this second half. A big challenge to one of his best players on this Benilde Blazers team. Well, will he respond well in this second half? Balik sa inyo, Martin and Coach Hammer.
That remains to be seen, Aaron. Thank you so much for that report. Sanchez will be coming off the bench to start the second half here. But those were the major problems of the Benilde Blazers as Joel Ancheta drains the three-pointer. That's their 11th three, but only their second one, Coach, since that first quarter explosion. Fourth deadlock of the game. Manalili. Silorio. No. And there's a whistle against Kiting Manalili. So Letran picks up a foul, their second of the third quarter. Tony Inot is holding on to his left leg, that left ankle. And it's heavily taped up because he had a previous Achilles injury already. As we see the sequence, Tony getting into it. Oh yeah, landing awkwardly on that left leg.
But I want to see the action of Manalili. He was trying to just jump for the ball. It's a regular foul.
Yeah. But Tony is a warrior. He's gonna play on.
Just shake it off.
Yeah. And that was a major injury he came from, Coach. Yung Achilles injury, he was out for 3 months before eventually getting back to practice and right in the middle of the season, getting back in shape.
It's hard, lalo na yung timing. But now he's getting his groove back.
Yeah.
Well, 23 points a game.
Past few games for him, especially since the Ondas break. Inot heavily bothered that time. Nice defense by Letran. Estrada pulls it back and sets the table for the Knights. He scans the floor and he gets a screen from Santos. Jimboy still has it. Step back three, got it for Jimboy Estrada. Estrada now with 9 points. Ancheta. Rafi Celis gets a touch. Sean has the strength advantage here, but he chooses to face up. He banks it in, and the foul.
I told you, Sean Umali is a very, very capable post player.
But how about Jimboy Estrada?
Showing range.
Yeah.
At ang laki ng bagay nung nadagdag to sa laro niya.
Sean Umali right here. Kala natin baback down, ano? Faced up and then banked it home. And the continuation coming up.
Oh. I like this 5 by Benilde Blazers. Tony Inot on point guard. Tony Inot on point guard.
They are countering this lengthy lineup of Letran. Inot at the point. Maybe that's Sanchez at the 2 already, and then they'll leave Celis or Morales at the 3 and 4, and Big Sean at the center spot. And they force a miss. Inot off the back iron. Morales hustles for the rebound. Celis. Tony will set the table. Oh, Jimboy stealing it from behind. Estrada. Roque, ilalapit. June Roque off the glass.
I think that step slide, maneuvering and finishing off 1 foot.
59 to 57. Inot. Celis, 8 on to 24. They go back to Tony on top. He needs to take. Forced shot by Tony Inot. Tulak mula kay Sanchez. And that's going to be the first team foul on the Blazers. Coach, that's the second time here in the third quarter that Benilde is forced to take a shot at the last moment. 59-57. The Knights are back ahead. Balik sa ating laban. And look at Jonathan Manalili right here. Gliding to the hoop. Diba? It's just too easy for Titing Manalili. He has 16 points in the ball game, alongside 4 assists and 4 steals.
And those are not pedestrian numbers. Those are very, very good numbers. But we have been spoiled for the past 3 years seeing numbers like this from the high school ranks ni Titing hanggang sa college ginagawa niya. Nagpahinga pa yan ng isang taon last year.
Correct.
So, malaking bagay na. Kasi parang yan yung nagiging norm sa kanya eh. But don't make no mistake about it, those are exemplary numbers.
Precisely.
Oh.
Kanya normal. Sa iba ano na yan? Full game. Output.
Career game.
Oh, career game. Yan. Ian Torres turbos to the cup, so he takes 2 free throws. That's on MDO.
Ito naman yung maganda rin sa laro ni Ian Torres. If he gets a guy backpedaling, especially big guys, he will take it strong and take it to the chest of the defenders. Ang magaling dyan yung mga guards ng San Sebastian. Ever since. Paeng Are, Hirichi at Altamirano pa, yung mga guards nila. RK, na pagka naka-downhill, talagang parang bowling ball. Ibibigay talaga nila Gina G. Ididiin talaga nila sa'yo. And they have the benefit of the doubt. Pag nag-swing ka pababa, tatawagan ka ng referees. Ang hirap pa naman pagka... Tsaka, pack strength yan, lilitas ang kukunat. Pag tinamaan ka, mabababa mo talaga yung kamay mo.
Ibababa mo talaga.
Exactly.
Kasi kumpiyansa ka eh. Makukuha mo eh. 1-point game. 4:50 to go in the third. They swing it outside. Jun Roque misfires. Rebound, ending up with Buensalida, who scores underneath.
Throwback. Just getting it underneath, being patient, even losing and fumbling the ball ng konti, pero na-finish pa din.
61-58. Sanchez. Sean. Umali. Torres left with space. And it's an offensive foul on Sean Umali.
Illegal screen.
Erasing Jonathan Manalili from the picture here. Look at this. Oh yeah, got hit in the midsection. So, another turnover for the Blazers. That's turnover number 18. Santos got it back. And goes Glass.
Napaganda pa yung tapik. Masyadong masikip yung pasa ni Manalili. But for some odd reason, it works. Paganda, Kevin Santos on the cut, finishing it.
The biggest lead for the Letran Knights. Umali. Torres attacks. Torres flips it up and in. And the free throw coming right up for Ian Torres.
Again, important finishing through contact. Ito, natapik na yung bola, but somehow it works. Somehow it works for the Letran Knights, Kevin Santos. Gumagalaw lang dun sa shaded area, but how about this? Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina. Pag nakakaramdam, sa NCAA, ang mga guards, pag nakakaramdam ng contact, lalo kang susuyudin. Strong with the ball at the point of attack, and then you just finish through contact.
And that's what Ian Torres can do consistently.
Diba mga Gio Halalon, Scotty was like that.
61-63.
Si Alin, ganyan din, di ba?
Alin
Pag may
Bulanadi.
contact talaga. Inaalala ko
Bulanadi.
yung mga perimeter players na pag umatake, madiin. Tapos, they just take the contact and finish.
Jun Roque. Again, Sinot. 6 to shoot. Roque. Estrada. Yes! Jim Boy knocks down the triple. And the lead is back up to 5 for the Letran Knights. Estrada now with 12. With timeout triggered by Coach Charles Chu. Balik sa ating laban. And Jimboy Estrada, a contested 3 right here, Coach Hammer. Diba? That's what he can do.
That's what's been added to his game. Yung last season, elbow, especially left elbow, left block. Yari ka kay Jimboy, i-score ng 18 yan ang pag-ganyan. Now, adding an extended range, coupled with his scoring on the block, and midi na going right, going left. Pakumpleto ng pakumpleto. 2 taon pa yan.
Tama. Jimboy Estrada in the game, Coach. 12 points, 4 rebounds, and 7 dimes.
Oh, another guy who's been playing, who played recently, Nat Montesillo. Another steady guard. So ang lalim ng guard rotation ng Letran, na panay steady. Manalili, Rosillo, Montesillo. Pangatlo na siya. Starter yan last year.
Started the season with a hand injury.
Yeah.
Kaya hindi siya nakapaglaro. Or wrist injury, hand injury.
He also had 3 assists last game. So alam mo, tas walang turnover.
Yeah.
Laking bagay niyan. Kasi yan ang tinitignan ng coaches, assist to turnover ratio. And are you able to engage your offense without turning the ball over? Pull up.
Nice decision by Estrada. Buen salida. Roque, 10 to shoot. Jimboy will feed this big guy. Aaron against Gaspay. Buen salida, no. And Sanchez secures the rebound. Ito na ang Benilde Blazers. Gaspay behind the back. Sanchez from mid-range, too strong. Agawan sa bola. It stays with the Blazers.
And that's the best version of Jake Gaspay, yung crash boards, extra possessions guy. And that's where he made his dough. During his years with ICC, he's an offensive rebounder. And just an overall menace na high-end glue guy.
Yeah. And it's been a struggle with this transition so far. Pero unti-unti, especially with the absence of Allen Liwag, nagagamit siya ng Benilde. Torres draws the foul. So Ian Torres is on attack mode here, Coach Hammer. And this is what's keeping Benilde in step with Letran.
Every time that ball is moving from east to west, nakita natin kanina pati yung tira ni Justin Sanchez. Galing sa kabila, pag-swing, tumatakbo ka, kumu-close out ka. And the moment that the offensive player jump stops, tapos yung counter move, ang hirap mag-retreat step nun pagka hindi mo ine-ensayo. So yung isang rip move, floater, good shots eh.
Torres, maganda sa kanya, tumatama siya mula sa linya. 62-66. Ian Torres had an encouraging first season with Benilde last year.
Bata pa rin to. No? 2 taon pa to after this year.
Montesillo.
Batak sa ligan labas sa Las Piñas yan.
Si Torres, ano?
Ian Torres.
Wow! No. Buensalida with the board. And he draws the foul. So 2 free throws coming up
Very
for
familiar.
AJ Buensalida.
Very familiar with each other. Former teammates. Itong si Buensalida at saka si Gaspay.
Spy. Look at this move.
Both spent time at Taft
Oh, yeah.
and then moved on. Of course, given them opportunities at different places. Si Buensalida nag-LRT. Si Gaspay tumawid.
Tumawid dito.
Yan.
Yeah.
Actually, hindi na nga lang tawid eh. Tawid tapos kabilang kanto kasi lumipat na ng gym yung yung Benilde. Diba? Hindi na sila dun sa in-campus nila na gym sa taas.
Yeah.
Meron na silang sports center na napakaganda. Ang ganda.
And that's needed. And that's contributing to the overall program of De La Salle College of St. Benilde. Buensalida, the second one, he misses. 0 out of 2 in that sequence, coach. So the lead is still 3. Sanchez. Torres has been attacking, and he continues to attack. Torres. Here comes Letran. Montesillo. Tapeño falls down, and he's called for the travel.
Scouting report, they know that whenever Luis Tapeño is on that right block, aararo yan.
Former Benilde Blazer, Mark Sanco. Ito nami-miss nila yung kanyang height, length, playmaking, and leadership on the court.
Brad, yung offensive rebounding.
Yun din.
Yung offensive rebounding.
Sanchez.
Yeah, Austin Crozier. Yan yung role niyan.
Austin Crozier.
Favorite ko kasi yun eh. Pagka nasa NBA.
Of the Indiana Pacers.
Luma na, mga luma. A good foul there, given up. Saving a basket. Diba? Lefty, offensive rebounder, no-nonsense defender. Pero ito kanina pa sila nagkakaproblema kay Ian Torres. Nung pinasok si Ian Torres, ang daming paint touches ng Benilde. It's either he gets to the shaded area and drops the ball off, or he makes a layup, contested, he gets 2 free throws.
At siya yung nag-provide ng stability dito sa point guard position for the Benilde Blazers. You know, Ancheta had his moments, especially in that first quarter, but when Ian Torres checked in here in the third, he made the right decisions, he made the right calls.
Ganun naman yan. Kailangan lang.
Oh!
Excessive hard contact.
It's an unsportsmanlike foul. 2 shots and a bonus possession for the Benilde Blazers. So 2 shots, this one too. Bring Benilde closer. Gaspay calmly sinks the first. Ito, yung unsportsmanlike foul.
Category 2, excessive hard contact. May buwelo kasi.
Although he missed the second.
Jonard, chop daw eh. Karate chop eh.
Matik yan kay Jonard.
Downhill. Okay lang yung you just swipe for the ball eh. Kaya ang tinuturo ng mga coaches is here, palm to scoop. Parang suscoopin mo yung bola kung fa-foul ka. Para at least merong point of view na hindi mo hinataw, in-scoop mo yung bola.
You always have to make a play for the basketball.
Yeah, exactly.
And you have to make it obvious. Sanchez off the cut. Kahukom! No! Sanchez gets it back. Ball staying on the side of the Blazers with 13 on their clock. Coach Charles Chu barking instructions from the sidelines. Torres to trigger this one in. They go to Justin Sanchez. Sanchez makes his move. Sanchez is doubled. Nice cut. Torres scores underneath.
Good read. Going backdoor, double on Justin Sanchez. There's a numbers advantage on the opposite side. Fill in sa ilalim ng ring.
And again, Ian Torres has been the difference maker for Benilde here in the third. Estrada hounded by Celis. Montesilio misses. Torres secures the ball. And Torres looks on. Here's the heave. Kaboom! Ian Torres beats the clock and gets a big-time three to end the third. This one was from almost half court. No question. Basket is counted, and Benilde is back in front to end the third. We change hands at the final second. The Blazers with a 3-point lead heading into the final chapter. Balik aksyon sa NCAA Season 101 and the buzzer beater from Ian Torres to end the third frame, and more importantly, to bring the lead back to the side of Benilde. Fourth quarter begins of this crucial matchup between Letran and Benilde. Martin Javier, Coach Hammer, Martin Antonio. And we take a quick scan, Coach, of our quarter scoring here. Third quarter was won by the Blazers.
Yep, big number there, 31 points and then 21 points. If you're a defensive coach, you want to limit them to below 15 below. But that's a tall order, the way that both teams have been shooting from the outside. That's for Benilde. And for Letran, the amount of touches that they get on second chances.
That's true. Ito si Buensalida on Gaspay. Again, it was Gaspay getting the better of Buensalida in that sequence. Ian Torres. Ball goes back to Letran.
Good help side defense for the Knights. Yung tulong talaga importante, lalo na yung mga ganun. May screen sa taas, dire-diretso pababa yung atake. Ang hirap na apulahin. Lalo na pag ikaw sasalo sa ilalim.
Playoff type of intensity here, Coach Hammer.
Isang linggo na lang daw eh.
Isang linggo na lang. Oo. Ganda naman yung pasa. Mintis lang mula kay Roque.
Wala, hindi tatawagan. Ang lambot ng pagkaangat. Kailangan, ididiin mo talaga eh. Pagka mga floater, di tatawagan yan.
Stolen away by Roque. And here he is on the move.
Yon, klarong-klarong foul. Tinalunan siya sa likod.
So Jun Roque will head to the free throw line for a couple of shots. He's provided a spark off the bench. Here's the first one.
Grabe, no? Top 12 pick coming off the bench.
Oh, yeah.
Coming off the bench, the luxury.
That's true.
And that's the depth of talent. Bro, top 12 ba? First round din. First round.
Oh, empty trip.
Yeah.
After...
Masyado nabate.
Kaya kailangan tahimik lang tayo doon, ano?
Pero,
free throw.
Yung ganyan.
Oh, stolen by Manalili. Roque, no! Wow, another sorry miss. Kahukom, pull-up jumper. Not that time. Celis had time. Bounce pass here. Ian Torres. Crossover, extra feed. And a shot clock violation against the Blazers will give us an opportunity to go back to Aaron D. Aaron?
We've been seeing a lot of great guard play from the Benilde Blazers. Martin and Coach Hammer, you guys talked about it earlier. And in that third quarter, we saw Ian Torres explode for a lot of points in that one. Team captain Gab Cometa credits that explosion and their increased play to Coach Charles Chu. Ika nga ni Gab that china-challenge kaming mga guards to perform ni Coach Charles because sobrang off namin these past few games. Kailangan namin mag-contribute kasi wala pa kaming pinapakita in our last 7 games. Cometa also mentioned that the biggest problem of the guards these past few games has been them imploding when things get intense, because in this fourth quarter, we're gonna be seeing if the CSB guards like Ian Torres, like Gab Cometa, can lead the Blazers to victory. Balik sa inyo, Martin and Coach Hammer.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Hasn't been Gab Cometa. It's been, you're right, Ian Torres with 15 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists to pace the Benilde Blazers today. And he's been making things happen. But right now, they're also getting stops on the other side, Coach.
Both teams actually getting stops. Letran, handful of golden opportunities to make the score closer. Care of June Roque. Sila makabutas.
Celis sinks the second one. Lead is 4 for Benilde. They're trying to make it 2-0 versus Letran in season 101. Santos. Jimboy, step back jumper. And here comes Rafi Celis. Letran falling into a dry spell. Torres looks for the clearance. Sanchez. Oh, good help from Santos, but Sanchez got it back and placed it in.
Not giving up on that play. Yeah, I got blocked, but I would finish the shot.
72-66, the poke, and Rafi Celis breaks away. The Blazers with a surge to begin the fourth quarter, and the lead is back up to 8. Balik sa ating laban, Jonathan Manalili. Ito yung mga mintis kanina ni June Roque. Layup, blown on the move. And Justin Sanchez right here, resilient on the play. Stuck with it. Ito yung pinapalakpakan mo, Coach Hammer. The effort by Rafi Celis.
Mula first quarter, Martin, siya na yung tumatrabaho dyan. Pressuring. Hindi maliit si Rafi Celis. He is around 6'3". Long arms. It's so hard to pressure. Kailangan willing ka na defender. The stats would not reflect it most of the time, but he's been doing a heck of a job. Defend. Kaya ang lalim ng hinga niya. Kasi yung Manalili yung tao niya the whole time eh.
Yeah, that's it.
Lalim ng hinga niya oh. At saka pick up siya full court.
Ngayon, siya pa rin tumatao, and you know, this Benilde team has forced Letran to a 0-5 start, 0 out of 5 start from the field. Manalili has the basketball. They badly need to score. Titing, left with space. He misses the triple try. Buen salida, another chance. Wala pa rin. 0 out of 7 to begin the fourth quarter for Letran.
And picking up defensively itong Benilde. Ang ganda na tinatakbo nila on the defensive side. Offense will take care of itself, but defensively, they're on point. Natatanggal nila yung bola dun sa kamay nang kailangan na may hawak.
Sanchez makes his move. Good help by Estrada. And he completes the steal. Here comes Manalili. Had initial trouble picking up the basketball, eventually getting it to Jimboy Estrada. Estrada against the longer Sanchez. Naagawan na naman. Ito na si Ravi Celis. Celis, Sanchez with a finish. It's back to a double-digit lead for the Letran Knights, or for the Benilde Blazers rather.
Nicely ran fast break. Just recognizing nasan yung finishers.
15-0 run in the last 4 minutes for Benilde. Quahao misses badly.
And this is powered by their defense. They're getting stops and they're executing under duress. Yung mga points nila galing sa mga pulot, galing sa second chances.
Kanina, nung first half natin, it was actually Letran outworking Benilde. Kahukom, unable to sneak it in. Almost halfway through. Dito po sa ating fourth quarter. And Letran still hasn't scored. Manalili to Buensalida again. He is crowded. Santos, finally a field goal for Letran.
Good recognition. Find the pass closer to the basket.
76, 68. Torres will pull back. 9 to shoot, 7 to shoot. Torres for 3. And Sanchez with the offensive rebound. Torres with the open look. 2 misses for Torres from long range. Ito na si Jonathan Manalili. If Letran wants to get back here, it needs to start now. Beo Quahao.
Very quiet in this game. We haven't mentioned him because he hasn't knocked down a shot yet.
Quahao, 0 out of 4, coach, from the field. But how about Benilde? Rafi Celis starting the break and then making the right decision, setting up Justin Sanchez, who was alone underneath. And then the lone field goal so far for the Letran Knights in the fourth frame came from just Kevin Santos right there. Quahao, 7 to shoot. Quahao. And Inot will pick up the foul.
So no basket there on that downhill drive by Deo Quahao. That was a blocking foul.
So Letran, for them, that's their first team foul. Peter Rosillo is back in the ball game. Iting Manalili gets a few minutes of rest. Rosillo. Jimboy. Too strong. The Knights are 1 out of 10.
That was an open shot. Clean shot yun.
Look at the drought for the Letran Knights. Only 1 field goal made in almost 10 minutes. That's almost a quarter. Celis behind the back. Inot bothered by Buensalida. And we have a foul here. 3.5 to go. Big atake. Nung Rafi Celis setting up Tony Inot, who was bothered. That's good defense played by Buensalida.
Just hands up, challenging.
Santos getting it to Quahao. So Rosillo. Buensalida. Here's the matchup against Sean. AJ will back down. Buensalida getting it back to Rosillo. Shot clock winding down. Good commitment by Sean Umani. And Joel Ancheta is gone on the break.
Good show by Sean Umali being active. Yun na naman. Defending the pick and roll.
Deo Quahao misfires. Still hasn't been able to buy a basket in this game. Ito si Deo Quahao. Ito mo to. Yeah, that's show.
Ang lapad ng traffic kung naiikutan mo eh. And pipick up siya ng bola, si Rosillo. Kaya nakagaw.
To put off itong si Peter Rosillo. Tony Inot has the basketball. Sean O'Malley puts it on the deck. Sean against two. Missing. Offensive board ending up with the Blazers. And that's been the main adjustment for Benilde in the second half. The second chance opportunities. O'Malley missing again. Another offensive board. As this time, it sticks with Benilde. Coach.
Effort, please. Effort, please.
Yeah.
That's what's been giving the Benilde Blazers extra possessions.
Wow, Coach. Bigger development here on this loose ball play. Tony Inot just picked up his fifth foul. So, -1 yan sa sakit ng ulo nitong Letran. Inot will finish the game with 12 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 dimes as Rosilio proceeds to the free throw line. These are needed by Peter Rosilio and Letran, although he misses the first. The Knights, ever since that 9 out of 9 start in the first quarter, only 3 out of 7. Second one is good.
So 2 minutes and 12. A lot of basketball, but they need to get a stop here. Quick stop and then get a quick basket.
Ancheta is pressured. Rafi Celis is forced to bring the ball across. And we are approaching pressure cook-up time. Fourth quarter, last 2 minutes, Coach. And Benilde with time on their side. That's not a good foul from Aaron Bensalida, although that's only their second team foul. So now, Coach, as we see the sequence, Bensalida fouling Ancheta. Dalawang maliit na gwardiya
Yep.
para dito sa Benilde Blazers.
A little bit more ball handling. Tsaka hindi maliit si Torres, ah. Matangkad siya na gwardiya. Mukha lang siyang maliit kasi point guard yung nilalaro niya. Pero sinlaki niya si Estrada, sinlaki niya si Quahaw. And he plays point.
And here he is, main difference maker for Benilde in the second half. Ball is tapped to Jimboy. Estrada will make his move. Jimboy with some quick points. About time he got to work. Talking about Jimboy Estrada, Jomel Ancheta. Heavy pressure by Letran. Ito, this is just good recognition by Jimboy Estrada. You know, they needed quick points. We're inside the final minute and a half of this game. Sanchez. Oh, almost losing it. Ancheta has it. 12 to shoot. Sanchez baseline. Oh, he'll be fouled. And that's the final foul to give for Letran. So AJ Buensalida, Letran's best big in this game, Coach Hammer, fouls out. Omega enters the game. Buensalida will finish with 10 points and 8 boards. Jomel. Sanchez. Rimmed out. Letran needs to go quickly. They're behind by 7. O Manalili. May iniinda dito. Jimboy for 3. Air mills the 3-point attempt, Coach Hammer.
Biggest cramping na.
So Rosilio will check back in. And the Knights, their window slowly closing. The Blazers shutting them down here in the fourth quarter. Ravi Celis. Sanchez. Ancheta. Wasting some time. That's a kick by Rosilio. .1. Manalili is being stretched out, experiencing cramps on the right calf. Yeah. Torres triggering to Manalili. Celis. Sanchez, yes! Finishing touches for Benilde. 80-71. And the Knights will let this one go. MDO for 3. 13.8. Let's see if this is still doable for Letran. But Ancheta will pull back wisely and melt the clock. The Blazers, courtesy of a big second half, take care of the Letran Knights. The final score is 80-74, and they continue to lock down that number 2 spot in Group B.
Back-to-back games that they showed great defensive effort in the fourth quarter against San Beda, against Letran. On point defensively itong Benilde Blazers.
Great adjustment in the halftime break for Coach Charles Chu. Ian Torres is our player of the game, who scored 11 of his 15 points in the second half. Made things happen for Benilde. When he checked in, the final score is 80-74. Benilde is now 2-0 against the Letran Knights. Now we listen to the Lasallian hymn. The final score is 80-74. It's a win for Benilde. And again, they continue to occupy second place in Group B. Pagbalik po natin, mga kapuso, nakakausap natin ang ating winning head coach. Huwag kayong alis, magpapalik ang NCAA Season 101. Back to our coverage and the final score for our first game today. The Blazers with a big win against the Letran Knights, 80-74. Martin Javier with Coach Hammer. Martin Antonio with our winning head coach, Coach Charles Chu of the Benilde Blazers. Coach, congratulations.
Thank you.
This is a huge win for you guys. I want to start with, what happened in the game here. Obviously, the biggest problems for you guys in the first half, turnovers and the hustle. You were out-rebounded, especially with the offensive rebounding in that first half. Coach, what happened and what was the message at halftime? Kasi pagbalik nyo dito, nag-iba na. Both were addressed when you came back in the third quarter.
Oh, it's funny, actually, that was addressed pre-game. The first few things I wrote on the board, I told him, what are you doing? The first thing I wrote, stop fouling, because we gave up 20 free throws against San Beda, and a lot of them are useless fouls. But we said to rebound, and we said take care of the ball, and it's everything checked the opposite way. So I'm like, what's going on? I mean, we're going for a fast break, tapos magtatapon kami ng bola. Hindi ko maintindihan eh. Sabi ko, you gotta let us coach you. If not, we're never gonna win. They had, I think, 15 more attempts than us in the first half. That's not a recipe for success. But I give them credit because, they didn't back down. Letran such a tough physical team, and kahit papaano underman kami without Allen, lumaban naman sila, pumalag sila, and they defended well when it mattered.
Coach, justified naman yung pagka-animated mo, especially in that first half. You were living in the first half. You were relatively calmer when we came into the second half here. Pero Coach, your key players here, again, you're missing one of your key guys. Former MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, Allen Liwag. Sean Umali has fully accepted that center role. Talk about these guys, Sean, especially Ian Torres, who came out big in the second half.
Well, actually, first, Moel Morales he had a breakout game this year, finally hit the threes, but we've been encouraging him to shoot. We know he can shoot. Just because he's been shooting bad doesn't mean, he's got to stop shooting. So he's worked on his game. He was big for us, and I like the way Jake Gaspay and Sean Umali played him. That's the reason why we recruited them for exactly this situation. Kahit wala si Allen, we'll be able to at least hold the fort down. I give them a lot of credit defensively, that presence down low. Tapos, yeah, Ian Torres, he's been struggling all week. He was a bit down. I think a lot of people have been criticizing our point guards, whether from within, fans, whatever, lahat sinisisi. I told him, it's up to you to take the challenge. I said, I still trust you guys. You're still going to play no matter what. So it's up to you how you want to respond. Do you want to fold, or do you want to show people what you're made of? And Ian made probably the biggest shot to end the third quarter that gave us that momentum to enter the fourth.
Better second half, Coach Charles, for you guys. Better rebounding, plus 11. If I'm not mistaken, I'm checking the stats. You were especially in the fourth quarter, nag-clamp down kayo defensively. Was it an obvious choice for you to go smaller, especially in the fourth quarter?
Well, hindi naman. Actually, when they took out their bigs, we figured, sige, we could extend our smaller lineup a bit more because, I was basically rotating four bigs lang. And, Sean also, obviously, his motor, napapagod rin si Sean. So, we tried to ride with it. I think the good thing is guys like sila Rafi Celis, they actually rebound very well. And, Justin Sanchez was able to rebound. So, we were able to hold the fort. And I like the activity of us in the fourth quarter. I think that was the key, diba? I mean, we made our run nung nasa bench pa sila Umali, nung nasa bench pa si Inot, dun pa kami medyo nakalamang. So, give credit to the guys who were in the game at that time.
Yeah, especially with the way Rafi Celis had defended Jonathan Manalili and being the point of attack of you guys defensively. How big is he, especially with that size at that point?
He's like my Swiss Army knife now. He can guard 1, 2, 3, 4, a small ball 4 na very athletic. Kaya rin ni Rafi, diba? He's tough. Medyo mainit lang ulo niya palagi sumasabog, but today medyo more or less cool. But it's hard, I ask
Ruby pa lang, Coach.
Ha?
Mainit na ulo, Ruby pa lang.
Palagi.
Okay.
Mga Atenista kasi. Joke no, but he's the guy. I put him on Manalili, put him on Estrada. So he's always guarding the best player, and that's his job for us, and that's why he's been very effective for us.
Coach, this was a big win. This is a big win for you guys, especially in Group B, to put you guys and to put some separation between you and Letran, and of course, you're still trying to catch up for that #1 spot. Just describe the gravity of this win as we take a look at the team standings here, because that puts you just a half game behind San Beda and now a full game in front of Letran.
I think it gives us a little bit of margin for error kahit papano, because if I am assuming San Beda will win against JRU, although you never know because JRU also only has 5 losses, but it gives us control of our destiny. Because if we lost today, we would have prayed that San Beda beat Letran in a game at the end of the season na non-bearing na, diba? So that would be, we would have needed some help. Now, if we take care of business against JRU, I think it would be a clinch for the number 2 spot at least. I think number 1's unlikely unless San Beda loses twice, but the way they're playing, they're not gonna lose twice. So, you know, we just have to figure things out ourselves and hold the fort na hopefully makabalik pa si Allen.
Meron na ba tayong specific date para sa return ni Allen Liwag?
I'm not so sure. You know, he's been rehabbing every day naman, pero medyo wala pang lakas yung shoulder. And you know, we don't want to rush any of our players naman, diba? It's unfair to them. So we look out for their health first.
Yeah, just long term for the Blazers.
Well, nabanggit mo kayo na Coach Charles, somebody who played really big and finally finding his footing in your rotation is Jake, despite how big he is. Especially now, he's playing a little bit more in his familiar role as a glue guy.
Yes, you know, that's a great point, Coach. You know, he's like our Swiss Army knife. Also does a bit of everything. And he's really tough, long. Pero minsan nga, kung ano ginagawa rin sa court. Pero medyo naka-lock in, mas focus siya the last few weeks. And it's been showing, diba? Nung una, medyo a little bit all over the place. But he cemented his role. Whatever we need from him, he also gets the job done. So I'm happy with the way Jake's playing.
Okay, Coach, your chance to greet everybody, especially to those who came out from Taft, bumiyahe dito sa Philoil. Meron pa?
Konti lang.
Meron pa
Tuwing nga mas konti na nanalo kami. Pero no, I thank the Lord for the victory. Obviously, you know, without him, none of this would be possible. To my family, that's always been very supportive. The school, the community, from the admin, everybody, to the fans who have been loyal despite us being inconsistent. Diba? You know, that's all we ask for, continuous support. It's never perfect for us, up and down, but you know, until the journey is done, we just gotta keep fighting. To our bosses, Boss Frank, sana di na mainit ulo sa amin. Nanalo naman kami today. But all our team managers, the Reyes brothers, Sir Nilo, Sir Renji, Sir Eric, Sir Rafi, everybody who supported Benilde, you know, we really thank them for all the support.
Congratulations,
Thank
Coach
you.
Charles Chu. And again, it is the Blazers taking care of business here against the Letran Knights. Pero mga kapuso, we're just getting started here in our post-game coverage. Up next, we'll meet our best player of the game. Back from the break, resuming our coverage post-game between Benilde and Letran. 80-74 win for the Benilde Blazers, and they get their 7th win of the season. As promised, we are with our best player of the game, who scored 11 of his 15 points in the second half. Ian Torres of the Benilde Blazers, congratulations. Okay, Ian, unahin muna natin. This has been a more challenging season for you. Kasi marami kayong mas malalim yung lineup nyo dito. But going into this game, sinabi sa amin ni Coach Charles, medyo down ka daw. Okay, paano mo na-pick up yung sarili mo at nagkaroon ka ng magandang laro dito?
Inisip ko na lang po kasi yung yung last year po na tinalo po kami. Parang bahala na po kasi stress po talaga mga ilang araw kasi tatlo nga po kami point guard, so nahihirapan po ulit ako mag-adjust, parang katulad pa rin po nung last year. So nag-usap naman po kami ng tatlong point guard na basta manalo po, yun na lang po yung kung ano may contribute po namin sa team. Yun lang.
As a team, syempre, paano kayo nag-respond nung second half? Kasi malayo yung naging performance, especially defensively. Ian, and yung effort nyo, yung hustle nyo sa second half, talagang inangat ninyo?
Wala po. Nag-usap-usap lang po kami dun sa kami po mga team kasi wala na po kaming magawa pong maayos nung first half kasi parang natataranta na po lahat. So parang ang kailangan po talaga namin atakin yung sa basket kasi yun po talaga yung advantage namin.
Bago ay pasa kay Coach Hammer, Ian, bakit bigla kang, ba't biglang pinili, kumbaga na kunin yung mga tira mo, umatake dito sa second half natin, and you know, you got good results, bakit naging ganun yung decision making mo pagpasok mo?
Si Coach Charles po kasi nagsasabi po talaga sa amin na kailangan po kami talaga sa team na kailangan po namin mag-contribute na point guard kasi po nahihirapan po sila Init at si Sanchez po eh. Tapos kapag na-check po sila, so kami po yung option ni Coach Charles po talaga kaya kailangan po talaga namin mag-step up po.
Coach?
Okay, 25 points combined. Handful of rebounds, handful of assists, and most especially yung depensa in the second half. Ian, nung pinasok ka, medyo nagsascramble. Big lineup, si Tony pinag-point guard, and then binunot ka sa bench, umatake ka agad. Was it a constant instruction? Kasi nung pinasok ka, dun kayo nakakuha ng paint touches in the third quarter.
Hindi po eh, kasi parang wala na rin po kami makuha eh sa play po namin. So, iniisip ko po na try ko pong atakin kasi po yun po yung training po namin nakaraan na atakin po yung basket kapag kay Kalaman nalilitas kay ano po. Yun po.
Okay. Kamusta naman? You know, you got 2 games left. Na-solidify nyo yung number 2 spot dito. Kayo ba as a team, you know, pinag-uusapan nyo ba yung positioning na yan? Especially, big game to against Letran and a big win for you guys as well.
Yes po, pinag-uusapan po namin yan kasi po kapag napunta po kami sa top 3 or top 4, mahihirapan po kami kasi twice to beat po ang makalaban namin kung yung Perpetual o kaya Mapúa po eh. Yun po talaga.
Gaano ka-importante para sa'yo na nakuha mo yung kumpiyansa at this stage dito sa ating competition? Kasi kayo, naglalaro kayo without Allen Liwag who is still uncertain with his return this season. Ikaw nakuha mo yung kumpiyansa in the final stretch nitong eliminations.
Doon po, siyempre nagpapasalamat po kasi malapit na rin po yung playoffs po eh. Kaya yun po, buti po nakabalik pa rin po ako sa game po. Yun po talaga. Tapos tiwala po talaga kay Coach Charles po sa mga coaches po namin.
Okay.
Yung tira mo ba na yun, pinapractice mo?
Oo nga eh. Tingnan nga natin yun.
Parang bitaw galing ligan labas sa Las Piñas, brad.
Ligan na labas ko.
parang
Komportable
Oo,
no?
kasi nakita natin, maganda yung third quarter mo, but very important, yun yung nagbigay sa inyo ng lamang. Dikit lang nga, yun yung nagsimula nung run ninyo. Kasi umabot sa 15-0 yung run ninyo. And nakuha yon sa kakadepensa in that buzzer-beating three. Were you really practicing it, yung mga end of quarter plays na ganyan?
Hindi, kasi po, yun po, tulad niyan, sa ligan labas po.
Ayan.
Ginagawa po sa ligan labas.
Brad, lahat nagagawa sa liga labas.
Kahit ano po kasi ginagawa sa ligan labas. So, hindi ko po talaga expect na sumot po yun kasi wala na rin pong oras. Wala na rin pong option na papasahan kasi 1 second na lang po. So, yun po, tinira ko na lang.
Logo Torres to
Parang kay Kuya Egay yung mga
Kay Coach Egay po talaga yun. Kay Coach Egay.
Yung ba yan? Egay ba yan?
Egay Billones po talaga.
Egay Billones pala.
Opo.
Yung bitaw na yon. And again, big shot yun. Binanggit ni Coach Charles kanina kasi sabi rin ni Coach Hammer, yun yung nagbigay sa inyo ng momentum papunta sa fourth quarter. Nagtuloy-tuloy yung paglalaro nyo ng ganon dito sa fourth quarter and you shut down Letran. You only gave up 8 points.
8 points in the
diba?
fourth.
In the fourth quarter.
21% field goal shooting in the fourth quarter. Ganun ba yung scouting ninyo na kailangan mag-clamp down nyo? Kasi yan, back-to-back games na to. Fourth quarter, dun kayo nakakakuha ng stops.
Yes po.
Na, was it the focus na talagang sa fourth quarter kayo gumipensa?
Yun po, doon po nagtataka din sa amin si Coaches kasi kaya naman po namin gawin po namin sa first half pero yun po, lagi po kami dumidiin lagi sa second half po kaya yun po talaga yung problema din sa team namin.
Okay, Ian, you got the win today. You're the best player, 15 points. And pagkakataon mong batiin yung mga minamahal mo sa buhay.
Siyempre, unang sa lahat, thank you Lord po sa game po namin ngayon. Tutusin po niyan na wala pa talaga akong tulog ngayon kasi hindi po ako makatulog sa game eh. Ay, yung game, wala pa talaga akong tulog. Hindi po, wala po. Tapos siyempre po, sa mga bosses po namin, siyempre kay Boss Frank po, Boss, thank you po. Kaya Boss Carlo, kay Boss Andoy, kay Daddy Nilo, kay Sir Renji, sa mga sumusuporta po sa amin sa mga team ko po. Siyempre kay Coach Egay Billones po, kay Tito Yancy, tapos sa mga family ko po. Tapos happy birthday din po pala sa papa ni Allen Liwag, si Tito Enzo po. Happy 70th birthday po.
Yan.
Tapos binabati ko po si Allen Liwag sa mga
Magaling siya.
Yan, shout out.
Sinabihan po agad ako eh.
Hindi po wala nakatulog. Matulog next day.
Hindi na po siguro matutulog.
Huwag ka kasi magbasa sa social media.
Sasabihin ko lang yan yung dedication ng player. Yan yung alam mong dedicated siya. Usually kasi nawawalan ka ng tulog pag ibig dahilan eh. Ito, basketball eh.
Yes
di ba?
Yes po.
Ian Torres, 15-4-4 today. Basa natin sa ating courtside reporter, Aaron D. with John Morales. Go ahead, Aaron.
Thank you po.
Maraming salamat Martin and Coach Hammer. It wasn't just Ian Torres who contributed today. Joining me right now is John Morales or better known as Moel Morales. Yun daw ang tatawagin natin sa kanya today. Ngayon Moel, ang ganda ng laro mo today. Nakausap ko nga yung mga coaches mo just after the game. Sabi nila perfect ka from the field and probably the best game na ni Moel ito this season. Care to share with us, may sinabi ba yung mga coaches sa iyo before the game? May inutos ba sila sa iyo na special or sariling kusa mo to step up in this ball game today?
Ang sabi lang po sa amin ng coaches sa akin, kailangan po namin mga bigs na mag-double effort, lalo yung wala po kasi si Allen kasi iba po yung nagagawa ni Allen sa team ko, kaya as personal po, nag-adjust na lang po ako, work hard, go hard lang po para mas maganda yung may tulong ko sa team.
Moel, binanggit mo nga na wala si Allen Liwag, reigning MVP of your team. As a third-year player for your squad, marami tayong nakikita every time na nagsasub ka, pumapasok ka, palagi kayong binibigyan ng advice. Care to share with us some of that advice na binibigay sa iyo ni Allen?
Ang advice lang po sa akin ni Allen na pag pinasok po ko, go hard, like kumuha ko ng rebound, tsaka na yung opensa kasi dadarating din po yan. Then, doblein ko lang po yung sipag para mas maganda po yung itulong ko sa court, magawa ko sa court.
Ganda nga ng pinakita kanina ni Moel. Allen nga wala dito in our last 3 games. Konti na lang magbe-playoffs na tayo. Tatanungin kita, nape-pressure ka ba na wala dito si Allen or posibleng hindi makalaro si Allen until the playoffs?
Siyempre po, nape-pressure kasi iba po rin yung nagagawa ni Allen sa team. Pero challenge na po yun sa aming mga bigs kasi po pinaprepare na po namin yung sarili namin if ever hindi makalaro si Allen sa these past games po namin. Kaya mas idodoblein pa po namin yung effort namin tsaka sipag namin para makaabot po kami sa dapat po namin, gusto po namin maabot. Like,
Okay. Earlier in that game we saw perfect ka from the field like we mentioned earlier. Yung mga shots mo pumapasok, 3-pointers. Ito ba talaga yung training mo? Yun ba talaga yung play style mo?
Opo, especially nung pumasok po ako sa Benilde, yun na po yung playing style ko, pick and pop, then if open po sa perimeter, just take the jump shot lang po, yun lang po talaga.
Expect a lot more from that from Moel in the next games. Pero right now, Moel, I'm gonna give you the chance para batiin yung mga supporters ng Benilde, yung mga friends mo, pati yung family mo.
Especially po, nagpapasalamat ako kay Lord kasi nakuha po namin itong panalo panalo po ito. Binabati ko po yung family ko na nasa Chaong. Binabati ko po yung daddy ko na magbe-birthday po sa Sunday. Happy birthday, Daddy. Binabati ko po yung family ko dyan sa Chaong, sa ibang lugar. Mga taga Chaong po, Batang Chaong, si Mayor RJ, sa mga boss po, kay Sir Renji, kay Sir Carlo, kay Sir Andoy, kay Daddy Nilo, at sa mga lahat po sa mga supporters sa Benilde, binabati ko po kayo. At sa pamilya po ng girlfriend ko, at sa girlfriend ko po, kay Teresan Montealegre, sa Montealegre family, binabati ko po kayo.
You heard it right there. Moel Morales, the pick and pop big of the Benilde Blazers. Balik na natin yan to Martin and Coach Hammer.
Thanks, Aaron.
Parang malungkot yung kakampi mo.
Oo nga eh.
Parang
Nanalo
malungkot.
ka.
Moel, pwedeng umiti. Parang natalo.
Akala ko.
Nakatawa ka rin.
Oo nga eh. Okay. Pero pumutok yan. Si Moel Morales nung first quarter natin.
Career game niya ngayon. Career high.
Okay, pero ngayon kasama natin Sean Umali ang tumanggap ng front court ng Letran today. Omega, Santos, Buensalida, yung kinalaban ni Sean Umali today. Kamusta?
Okay naman.
Okay naman.
Medyo masakit lang yung katawan, kakatanggap lang.
Magpapamasahe mamaya si Sean.
Namasahe na.
Namasahe na, yun na pala yun.
Matutulog na lang.
Okay, yun na pala yun.
Matutulog yan.
Pang-release niya pala yung mga matchup niya today. Pero kamusta yun? You know, you were without Allen Liwag today. Ang katulong mo si Gaspay, but obviously you were the one who absorbed, especially the physicality of the big men ng mga ibang team. Kamusta yung banggaan nyo dito sa laban natin?
Para sa akin, sobrang laking challenge nun. Siyempre, wala si Allen. Kilala naman natin si Liwag. Scoring machine, rebound. Sobrang laking tulong nun sa team namin. Yun nga, nawala siya, injury. Hopefully, makabalik siya before mag-playoffs na may last 2 games pa kami. Yun.
Yeah. Meron yung dedication. To pangalawang sunod na laro ba?
Oo.
Ayan, may liwag dito sa
wrist.
tape, sa wrist. Itong si Sean Umali, of course, they dedicate this each game na wala si Allen sa kanya. Pero as one of the leaders of this team, you saw your lead vanish in the second half. Nahabol kayo ng Letran Knights. Kamusta? Paano mo kinonvince, minotivate yung mga kakampi mo na, tara, laban tayo, sa atin to?
Yun nga, sabi nga ni Coach, yun nga, kasi second half, lumamang sila, binigay namin, kumbaga nag-give up kami eh. nag-relax kami. Yun nga, sinabi naman ni Coach Charles na bigay na namin yung best namin kasi nandito na kami sa season. Wala nang palambot-lambot pa. Yun.
Sean, 3 blocks today, including, well, maybe a couple against Jonathan Manalili. Pero nakikita ko kayo, nagtutulungan kayo. Nag-uusap pagkatapos.
Si Jonathan, magkaibigan naman kami. Yun, wala naman personalan pagdating sa laro. Siguro, part of the game lang talaga yung Siyempre, sa laro wala mo ng kaibigan. Yun.
Pero personally, gaano ka ka-lock in dito sa larong to? Kasi 3 blocks ka, especially nung humahabol yung Letran, talagang ikaw yung nagiging anchor niya sa depensa.
Yun naman talaga yung trabaho ko sa team eh. Yung leadership, yung defense, yung mga help side, yun naman talaga yung mahalaga na binibigay na trabaho sa akin ni Coach Charles.
No, may mga handful ka na plays ka kanina, Sean, na ball screen defense, dahil natin na pagkukwentuhan to, ball screen defense, switch ka sa guard. Ano yung mga una mong binabasa kasi nakakuha kayo ng stop dito to transition ni Rafi? May ilang ball screen action din in the first half na ikaw yung kumukuha dun sa kay Estrada, sa kay Manalili. Ano yung mga pinapaalala sa'yo pagka ganyan?
Unang-una, may transition sila. So, kailangan namin i-stop yung transition muna nila. Kaya pagdating sa backcourt, doon na kami ulit magpapalit-palit ng tao. Yun.
Okay, Sean, you've been playing games without Allen Liwag, a few times already here. Ito ba, because, you're not with him on the court, pero nakakatulong ba sa'yo lalong-lalo na kasi pagtanggap mo ng bola dito, mas nagiging malaya ka dun sa mga galaw mo?
Siyempre, maluwag yung court eh kasi walang Allen Liwag. Yun nga, nag-a-adjust lang din ako kay Allen kung ano yung nagkakasabay kami sa court. Then, pagdating naman dito sa court na wala siya, kasi nga injury, nandito pa rin siya para sa team eh. Yung presence niya nandito pa, nasa team pa din eh. Hindi namin na-feel na wala siya sa loob ng court.
Okay, Sean, dahil panalo kayo, you were one of the key guys today for Benilde. Your chance to greet everybody.
Una-una, nagpapasalamat ako sa Panginoon na nakuha namin yung panalo. Binabati ko yung family ko, yung wife ko, yung anak ko na nanonood sa bahay ngayon. Si Boss Frank, si Boss Jacob Lau, si Boss Renji, si Daddy Nilo, si Boss Carlos, si Boss Andoy. Lahat ng sumusuporta sa Benilde community. Yun. Maraming salamat.
Last question, bago ka umalis. Dahil namasahe ka na, ano recovery mo mamamaya?
Siguro na lang.
Yan.
Umamin ka.
Medyo marami kang tinrabaho eh.
Siguro pahinga na lang talaga.
Ang galing mo sumagot.
Wow. Okay. Okay, sige.
Okay na.
Good luck sa pahinga.
In-on the spot ko eh. No?
Okay.
Alam ko na, friend, nakangiti eh.
Meron na yang nasa isip, di ba? Sabi niya, siguro nasa court pa lang. Kanina pa ako dito, men. Mamaya sa akin yung pagkain. Okay, Sean, congratulations.
Thank you.
Recovery
Thank you, Coach. Thank you.
Sean Umali with 5 points, 2 steals, 3 rejections for Big Sean today in a win for the Benilde Blazers. And these are the final numbers, Coach. What sticks out for you?
Well, definitely yung rebounding. They were down in rebounding in the first half, but they ended up the game with a +11 when it comes to rebounds. A lot of those offensive rebounds, Justin Sanchez had 8, 4 of them coming off offensive rebounds. Fast break points, dun din sila nakakuha. Off transition na ginawa nila since the start of the game. Perimeter scoring, of course, 3-pointers made. Marami silang nakuha. First half pa lang, nakasampu na sila. So that's a big plus for them. But very, 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 very important as a coach, looking at their defensive intensity in the second half and in the fourth quarter alone. That's a big check mark. And if you're going up against Benilde, your JRU, your EAC, and you would be being the cross matchup pagdating sa quarterfinals, papanoorin mo yung last two fourth quarters nila dahil dun sila nagla-lock in defensively. That's where they show their true metal.
That's right. Definitely a character win and performance in those final minutes for the Benilde Blazers, and they were paced by these players. Ian Torres, of course, scoring 15 points to lead the way, but we have another marquee matchup coming right up. Coach Mapúa, Perpetual.
Every matchup is marquee, especially now. Patapos na tayo sa classification round natin. Everybody is raring to go. If you're going to peak, Now is the perfect time to start peaking and getting into that final form. Kung mag-Super Saiyan ka,
Pwede.
kunin mo na yung level 4, level 5.
Ito na yan.
Oh, yan na yun. Ito na yan. This is the wins that you would bank on to get an advantage in the quarterfinals, in the semifinals, and hopefully bring it to the finals.
And to take you through that game, you'll have Mr. Pure Business, Anton Rojas, and Prince Rivero. Mamaya-maya po sila naman yung on-board dito. But Coach, thank you.
Always good, Mart. And ganda ng mga games natin this upcoming week.
Meron pa tayong kasunod dito. So on behalf of the entire team, my partner, Coach Hammer, Martin Antonio, our courtside reporter, that is Aaron D, panel director, Pacasenya, floor director, Ray Tulio. We have our producer, R.R. Romano, director, Direk Abid Ramos. This is Martin Javier saying thank you for joining us here in the first game. Please do stick around for another big game in our second offering. The Mapúa Cardinals, the defending champions, facing the #1 team in Group A in the Perpetual Altas. At bungyan sa ating pagbabalik sa NCAA Season 101.
sa Perpetual ng ganun-ganun lang. So today, itong game number 2 natin, this is a must-watch and make sure that you guys tune in.
What makes this game so interesting, Prince, is I feel that we have not seen the best of the Mapúa Cardinals this season. They've been struggling. They've been in and out of that 500 situation. And this was where Perpetual really put the league on notice. They are here, they have arrived, and now they're number 1 in Group A.
And this game is gonna be a test of character para dito sa parehas na team natin. Ano? And pati sa parehas na coaches and leaders ng team. Ito yung pwedeng mag-dictate ng kung ano man yung magiging susunod na mangyayari sa mga teams nila. Kasi isa to sa mga big games na inaabangan mo. Pagpasok pa lang sa season na to eh. Ito yung mga games na excited ka. Na kahit malayo pa yung date, nakamark na yan sa calendar mo na okay, I'm really looking forward to this game. I really want to play well in this game without even thinking yung mga nauuna mong scheduled games. Kasi, again, you're playing the defending champions. And I mean, if you're playing the defending champions, that's something that you really should look forward to.
JP Boral, who top scored for the Altas in that first meeting with 15 points, is ready to go. And we are ready to go as well. JC Recto had a double-double in the previous outing, working with the bands. Yeah, that's that new age.
Oo, yan yung pinag-usapan natin kanina, yung medyo scientific way of, you know, doing things.
All right, let's turn it over to our Coliseum announcer para makilala mga starters ng Perpetual at ng Mapúa.
Good afternoon mga kapuso. Mula sa Phil Oil Center in San Juan City, ito po ang inyong NCAA Season 101 Building Greatness live ngayon sa the heart of Asia, worldwide, sa GMA News TV at may live streaming pa sa gmanetwork.com, NCAA Philippines website, YouTube at Facebook. Our main game of Friday doubleheader eliminations for the Seniors Division is the Mapúa Cardinals versus the Perpetual Altas. Let's meet our starting fives. Starting for the Mapúa Cardinals at guard number 26, Ivan Lazarte. The other guard number 0, Clint Escamis. At center number 34, Yam Concepcion. Forward number 1, Mark Igliani. And the other forward number 5, JC Recto. The head coach of the Cardinals is Randy Alcantara. Starting for the Perpetual Altas. At guard number 9, Sean Orgo. The other guard number 19, Mark Cojo Cruz. At center number 21, Jericho Nunez. Forward number 14, John Abbas. And the other forward number 10, Patrick Sleet. The head coach of the Altas is Olsen Rosella. Our referees in this ball game.
We're taking a look at the starting unit of the defending champions. A loss today by Mapúa will guarantee the Altas to finish at the top spot after the group stage as the number 1 ranked squad in Group A with a twice-to-beat advantage. Sure ball na yung twice-to-beat advantage nitong Perpetual. It's just a matter of whether they will finish number 1 or number 2. Mapúa is the last hurdle on that challenge.
Yes, and yun yung isa sa pinaka-importante na kailangan ma-seal talaga nila, no? If they really wanna move on to the next level.
Igniane and Nunez jumping it up. Lazarte is able to snatch the ball away. Concepcion overshoots that one. Sorry miss for Concepcion. Not a good sign, Prince.
Medyo malamig pa. Medyo malamig pa. You know, kapapasok pa lang, after that first stop, parang nabigla rin sila na napunta sa kanila yung bola eh.
Oh, even Patrick Sleet nadula sa bola. Clint Escamis. Okay. Clint Escamis, first shot, first basket. And we wonder if we're going to see the real Clint Escamis today, because the narrative about him here in Season 101 is, will we see the MVP or will we see somebody who, I can't even describe it.
Who's struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
Who's struggling a little bit for a while. But, you know, again, he won't be Clint Escamis for nothing. And he has proven that over and over and time again last season. But this season, we have still yet to see the OG Escamis. And this is what I like seeing. Ano? Yung early pa lang is being aggressive and he's trying to start out hot.
Clint Escamis never had a bad game in season 99 and season 100. It's only at season 101 that there were a lot of question marks. Patrick Sleet nakabawi agad.
Oo, sabi ni Patrick Sleet, ako din. Papakitaan din kita na hindi lang ikaw yung gusto mag-umpisa na mainit.
Patrick Sleet has top scored for Perpetual in their last 2 games. Although in the previous outing, it was just 11 points. Lazarte gets a basket. It's an aggressive start for the Mapuans.
You know, Ton, meron ako napansin, ano, ito si Sleety Boy, ever since that game, na umiscore siya talaga ng malaki at mainit, na nanalo sila, naging mas aggressive siya in terms of attacking the lane and trying to get to the basket.
Sleet. Speaking of aggressiveness, there you go, Patrick Sleet. And he's smiling.
Kasi yung usual na Sleet na pinapakita niya sa atin dati is hinahanap muna niya yung teammates niya, trying to involve them as much as possible. And he really looks at himself as a last option kind of attack. But in this case, he's being aggressive, and that's something that's really, really pleasant to the eyes when you watch.
JC Recto coming off that double-double performance. Recto, wild shot. Igliane could not hold on to it. Babalik ang bola sa Perpetual. And now, we turn it over to Glycel Galpo for her first report.
Thanks, Anton. Masakit man ang pagkatalo nila against the Golden Stacks, the Perpetual Altas chooses to take the lesson that comes with defeat. Ayon sa koponan, that loss serves as a reminder for them to never be complacent. We cannot win all games. These were words from Coach Olsen Racela, admitting that their minds were truly not in that one, saying how it is human nature. That's the tendency when things are going well. He recognizes that it is a process. Kaya naman ngayong araw, tatlong bagay lang ang gusto niyang makita. Diyan ay ang kanilang bounce-back attitude, mindfulness, and each play, and for that killer instinct to remain even when things are going their way. Anton and Prince.
3 things that Perpetual definitely needs the ingredients to get back on the win column as Air Gojo goes airborne, taking off on both feet.
Oo, I mean, hindi niya na pinansin kung sino yung nasa harapan niya. As soon as he got the pass, umere na lang siya at doon na siya nag-decide. Another foul called on Mapúa Cardinals. 7 minutes 21. They already have 3 team fouls. Talk about being aggressive on defense.
Orgo gets the ball to Sleet. Sleet working in the post against Concepcion. Double team. Sleet. Escamis comes up with the ball. Escamis throws it back out to Lazarte. Lazarte, drop pass. Igliane was not ready. Here comes Patrick to MGC. Goho Cruz challenged. And Clint Escamis picks up the ball.
Oh, relax lang daw muna. Relax lang daw muna. Kasi masyadong mabilis yung nagiging pace eh.
Escamis. 10 on the shot clock. Clint pulls up for 3. He is on today.
Talk about starting aggressive and trying to, you know, start hot. Clint making 2 of his attempts in this first quarter. And that's something that, you know, we've been wanting to see for a while. And the energy that he let out after that shot.
So that question, will the real Clint Escamis show up today? We got our answer right away. The OG with the number 0 is on point. Escamis, short, recto. Fade away by JC. Orgo with the board. Escamis with a steal. Escamis draws a foul.
Now this is the aggressive Mapúa we've been talking about earlier, Anton. Ito yung Mapúa na sinabi ko sa'yo na strength nila. Isa sa mga strength nila is yung steals nila per game.
Coach Randy Alcantara calls the first timeout of the game. The Mapuans lead the Perpetualites 7-6. JC Recto, aggressive, driving to the basket, aggressive on the boards, finding his teammates, showing us the range. He was Mr. Versatility against LPU.
Yung jack of all trades. Kumbaga, lahat ng bagay, small things or big things, tinatrabaho niya. The garbage man, yan yung mga ganun, yan yung mga term nila eh. The garbage man, yung tao na gumagawa ng little things. Yung mga hindi napapansin sa stats, pero alam mo yun.
JC Recto had 4 steals. Mapúa #1 in the league in that department, averaging 10.2 steals per contest.
Mataas yun. That 10.2 steals per contest is a very, very high number.
Escamis, short, Sleep trying to tap into a teammate. Nunez picks it up. Goho Cruz. Goho Cruz.
That pistol action play right there, what they did was executed perfectly.
Holding foul at number 0, Clint Escamis.
Escamis called for the foul there. Five points in 4 minutes for Clint Escamis. Orgo, Abyss from the elbow. Sleet, offensive rebound. Goho Cruz. Oh, Nunez called for an offensive foul.
That was a good call by the ref.
Foul at number 21, Jericho Nunez. It's his first personal. So on the Altas.
Yeah, nakita mo yung last second niya na paggalaw ng katawan.
Recto. Igneane. Concepcion. Concepcion hand off to Lazarte. Recto, 5 on the shot clock. Recto. Sleet charged with a personal there.
Yeah, and ano,
First personal, team foul number 3.
Perpetual now has 3 team fouls. And hindi lang sa depensa aggressive itong Mapúa, no? Pati sa offensive rebound.
Recto, drop pass, Igleane. Escamis, baseline drive. Clint Escamis, too strong on the reverse. Bola na kay Abyss. Binigay dito kay Orgo. Orgo, one dribble pull-up. And Recto taps it to Concepcion. Nine on the shot clock. Escamis steps back. Escamis. Clint has taken 4 attempts from beyond the arc.
Yeah, but that last one, that was a good move. I
Yeah.
mean, if he's gonna get those kinds of shots the entire game, I'd give it to him. He created a very, very good separation on that move. And then if I'm the coach, I mean, you're gonna get that green light.
Cyrus Cuenco and Clint Escamis, that championship backcourt on the floor now. Igleana able to get that shot to trickle in EJ Sapasap and LA Casinillo waiting to enter the game for Mapúa and Perpetual respectively.
Ito na yung tinatawag nila na second wave. The time na magpapasok na yung coaches ng mga fresh legs bago matapos yung first quarter to up the energy na binigay nung first group.
Go Cruz. Boral. Casinillo to Sleet. Boral in the post. Boral. Tolabot. Oh, nice touch by Tolabot.
Piso-piso. Ang tawag doon, piso-piso. He got the ball. Short jump hook. I mean, that's the perfect way to do it.
That was the John Abbas special.
Oh.
Oh! Almost a turnover for Mapúa. Escamis gets it to Sapasap. Sapasap against Sleet. Sapasap.
Napaapak ata sa outside.
Edward Ryan now on the floor for Mapúa. Cyrus Nitura checks in for Concepcion.
Ito si Nitura, isa to sa mga nagpakita ng napakagandang laro nung nakaraang game.
IC Kalangan comes in for Escamis. So the rookie out of the Perpetual High School basketball program checks in for the first time. He actually started during the first meeting of Mapúa against Perpetual. Boral. Alcantara. Maglupay. And now Coach Olsen Racela calls a timeout. His team is down by 1. So after that triple overtime win against San Beda, where Perpetual was really in cloud 9, they were brought back down to earth after losing to San Sebastian. And we're going to see the difference in the scoring of Patrick Sleet and MGC in those games.
Ayan. So I think this is the season low for MGC.
Yeah.
The game against San Sebastian. Isa sa mga bagay na in-emphasize ni Coach Rob doon is yung defense talaga nila and how they really put importance doon sa depensa nila kasi their backs against the wall, they got nothing to lose but everything to gain. And in that game, they showed passion and character na kung sino talaga sila and what they can really put in the table. And in that case, they got the win.
Kalangan. Sapasap. Kalangan susubok mula sa labas, short. And Nitura trying to save it.
Pero parang si Coach Randy yung last touch eh. That's a good hustle para dito sa Mapúa.
Kalangan. Cuenco, first attempt. It's good. Cyrus Cuenco.
Yeah, pero dun sa depensa na pinakita ng Perpetual, dun sa inbound play na yon, they played zone. And what you're giving up when you're playing zone is the outside shots. They got what they wanted. Mapúa made their three-pointer.
Casinillo. Maglupay. Allen Maglupay aggressive on that drive.
As he should be. Kasi again, penalty na. I mean, if you get the chance to attack the basket, get to the line as much as possible, that's the easiest
Shooting 2.
basket you can get. If you attack the lane and then get fouls, especially if your opponent's on penalty. I mean, what better way to get points than shoot free throws?
Maglupay, a 66.7% free throw shooter for the season. Gets that one to go. Cuenco to Netura. Ryan, good recovery by Boral and Tolabut. Kalangan blocked by Tolabut. Maglupay is running. Maglupay to Boral. Boral runs into a wall. Sapasap. Ball deflected. Cuenco libre. Oh, misfiring.
Oh, medyo maaga. Medyo maaga yung tira na yun ni Cuenco, no? That was a transition 3. I mean, the defense wasn't even set yet.
Boral thought about it, decides to drive, kicks it out. Maglupay. And Maglupay scores! Good body control after the contact.
Yeah, the first one wasn't as effective. He got to the line, shoots 2 free throws, but the second time around, he did the same move. Went to the right, got that spin move. Now with the end one. Basket in account to tie the game. Get a chance to get the chance for the lead.
And Maglupay has provided quality minutes off the bench for Coach Olsen Racela in season 101.
Yeah.
Missing on that free throw though.
I mean having MGC and Patrick Sleep as the first wave and then you coming in and stepping up, giving those quality minutes sa mga pahinga ng mga players na nagiging anchor ninyo, malaking bagay yun.
Oh wow. EJ Sapasap carving some space. He's been in that weight room. Casinillo too strong. Netura going for a 2-for-1 opportunity. Kalangan back to Netura. Netura to Cuenco. Cuenco on the drive. Netura. Ryan. Short. Kalangan with another possession.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Normally, sinasabi ko yung ganyang klaseng gameplay, yung pag-share ng bola sa Perpetual natin nakikita. But in this case, it's Mapúa sharing the ball really, really well.
You know it's a good day for Mapúa when Cyrus Cuenco, who is an outside sniper, gets the equivalent of a headshot in basketball. Tinamaan na, may puntos pa.
Perfect.
But that was unusual, him missing the free throw. So 2 unusual things following each other. Maglupay, shorts, and that will do it for the first quarter. An interesting start in this battle between the top 2 teams in Group A. The Mapúa Cardinals lead the Perpetual Altas 16-12 after 1. Mancom representative, Mr. Frank Gusi from the University of Perpetual Health System, Dalta. Dr. Alan Paul Laiko, PhD from LPU. Second quarter officially underway. Thank you for joining us. Anton Ross together with Prince Cervero. And we also have Glycel Galpo with us at courtside. Cuenco picks it up. Cuenco. Gonzalez. Mr. Instant Offense.
Oo, kapapasok lang eh. Tingnan mo kung gano'n niya kabilis. Ano, tingnan mo, look at this offense, guys. Nakita niya yung depensa, pero hindi nag-matter yun sa kanya. It's a 3 versus 2 situation. They got to the line, attack the rim, got the foul. 2 shots to start the second quarter. That's a perfect way to do it. Setting the tone right away.
Kaya lang, malamig pa. Etong si Cyril Gonzalez. Makibalita muna tayo kay Glycel Galpo.
It is vengeance time for the Mapúa Cardinals, hoping to seize this chance to prove that they are still the championship team that we know. Mahabang pasensya, ito raw ang patuloy na hiling at gusto ni Coach Randy mula sa kanyang koponan. Ani niya, what he wants to see from his players is their willingness to sacrifice their offense first, kapalit ang mas pinaigting na depensa. Dagdag niya, at this point, lahat na ng combination ay nasubukan nila to address their slow starts, so that stronger first quarter is exactly what he is looking for. So let's see if today we will witness the Cardinals in their true championship form. Anton and Prince?
That's what we've been waiting for all season. The true championship form of these Cardinals. But again, when you look at it, 7 holdovers, that's less than 50% of the squad that they had last year when they won the title.
Yeah, but you know what? Something positive, Anton, with what Glycel said kanina na binanggit ni Coach Randy. Nasubukan na nila lahat ng klase ng mix and match. But in this game, sa nakikita ko, yung pag-share nila ng bola and yung pagiging aggressive, both on offense and on defense, andyan na. And yun mismo yung binanggit ni Coach Randy na sana, na hinahanap nila, na feeling nila ay nagkukulang talaga sila. But so far, in this case, in this game, they're showing yung hinahanap nito ni Coach Randy.
Drex de los Reyes and Cyril Gonzalez, who did not see action in the first quarter, are now both in for Mapúa. Goho Cruz. To Labot, to Orgo. Maglupay. Abis. Abis missing on that familiar one-hander. Cuenco on the move.
Look at the height difference nitong ni Drex kumpara dun sa mga big man nitong Perpetual.
Number 19, Marco Cruz. Substitution, Patrick Sleep for Alan.
Grabe yung lipat ni Cyrus Cuenco sa pagkakataon na yun. Draws the foul.
Pinakita lang niya na yung ginawa ni Cyril kanina na same move, eh kaya din niya.
Second free throw is good for Cyrus Cuenco.
Mapúa playing a zone defense.
Sneed. Baseline drive. Sneed cross court to Goho Cruz. Goho Cruz blocked. Sa pasap, Cuenco. Gonzalez. Gonzalez to Nitura. Baseline spin. Oh! Oh! Gumabang!
Oh, binitin pa tayo dun sa napakagandang sidestep na galawan.
Napatayo yung buong bench ng Mapúa. It's the biggest lead of the game for the Cardinals. Baseline, drop step, side step, pumitin sa ere, puntos para kay Cyrus Nitura. Basic.
Oh, pero props again, props para sa Mapúa for recognizing itong mismatch na napunta kay sa pasok.
And that video right there, that's a team that is on one page. As we see Dr. Lorenzo of Benilde College. And that's a welcome development for the Mapúa, and seeing that everybody is engaged. I mean, look at the whole bench jumping up as Mapúa forces that turnover.
And I think that's one way of saying na somehow yan ang inaantay nila. Yung inaantay ni Coach Randy na yung championship caliber na Mapúa na hinahanap nila.
Cyrus Nitura, Gonzalez with a floater. Cyril Gonzalez. He's been Mapúa's leading scorer this season, averaging 10.7 points per game. Perpetual down by 11.
I like what Mapúa is doing, They're forcing itong si MGC at saka si Sleep to play as if they are super open na they can get an attack, they can create for themselves. Not noticing na nalilimit ng Mapúa yung pag-ikot ng bola ng Perpetual, which doon sila kilala. Yung sistema ng Perpetual na unselfish basketball na inuunang hanapin yung teammates nila to set them up and get open shots. And so far, fina-force ng Mapúa itong Perpetual na maghanap sila ng tira para sa sarili na dahil mukhang open.
Sleet good on the second free throw. Gonzalez. Nitura. Gonzalez makes his move. Cyril Gonzalez. He's a microwave.
Oh, back-to-back teardrop in my eyes.
Oh, and the 6'8" Drex de los Reyes embraces the leather.
Oh, sinecure yung rebound eh. Parang akin do.
Oh, sumil pa. Two-handed dunk for Drex. He wants to get involved.
Kanina binanggit ko sa'yo yung paghanap nitong Mapúa sa mga mismatch. And imagine having a 6'8" guy down in the middle, sealing for transition. You have to give it to that guy. I mean, you have to reward him for his efforts.
And Drex and Gonzalez making an impact here in the second quarter. Cuenco, Sapasap. Sapasap to Drex. Drex, one more try, but wait, a foul was called. And just imagine if Drex can finish off of those drop passes, Mapúa is going to be very dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
Going back in for the Cardinals.
Do you remember the Mapúa times yung si Ora Eme?
Yeah, all well.
Yeah, Mr. 2020, 2030.
Yeah. Also a rookie MVP, Allwell Oriman. Sapasap.
Oh, what a move. What a move.
The Mapuans have been balling.
And look how active their bench is, both on offense and on defense. You see them talking to their teammates.
This is the most engaged I've seen Mapúa this season. Oh, Sleet gets the ball back. Sleet blocked by De Los Reyes. MGC, there you go. Air Gojo rising above De Los Reyes.
I mean, Drex did his job the first time around. I mean, to get another one, that should be the teammates. But that was a good move.
Gonzalez. Gonzalez to Concepcion. Cyril Gonzalez. Concepcion offensive rebound. Escamis says, let's set it up. Well, Drex was asking for it. Gonzalez decides to give it up to Escamis. Another offensive rebound.
Shot clock violation. Cessation, Ellen Maglupay. Patrick Slade.
Ito yung block ni Drex.
Lazarte for Earl Sabasa.
MGC in the land of the Giants.
Oh, and using the high glass, off the glass finish. Quality minutes para dito kay kay Big Boy Drex. Wow, look at the aggressiveness on both Perpetual and Mapúa whenever they're playing defense against each other. Ito yung ito yung basketball. Ito yung definition ng number 1 laban sa defending champion. Ito yung pride.
The Perpetualites trying to sweep the Mapuans here in season 101.
Yeah, and at the same time, seal yung position nila para dito sa twice to beat advantage.
MGC for 3.
Ayan.
Goho Cruz!
Ayan yung hinahanap natin kanina pa mula dito sa Perpetual. Yung pag-share nila ng bola. Getting to the paint, kicking out, getting those extra passes, and making a basket.
Here come the Altas. Timeout Mapúa. MGC for 3. And he has that unorthodox shot wherein his arm is on a 90-degree angle, but he's leaning towards the basket when he pulls up. Hey, seeing her on the cutie cam here.
Upon review of the last
The
shot,
Phil Oil
Marco Cruz
Center
is
on a
just a
Friday.
two-pointer. Our official score, Mapúa 27, Perpetual 19.
So I'm being told right now that the shot earlier of Marco Cruz was ruled a 2. So let's take a look at his right foot. Ayun. Good review by our officials.
I mean, if he's wearing like a size 9, baka lumusot yun as a three-pointer.
Concepcion.
Oh!
Yeah, Concepcion.
The dubious Pinoy step. Pinag-isipan pa niya kung itutuloy niya na dun sa unang fake eh.
Orgo. Maglupay in the corner. Boral wants it in the post. Boral. Fade away.
That's a FDA-approved fadeaway. Galing dito kay Boral.
Yeah, we know where he was looking after making that basket. 29-20. Oh! And now, Perpetual trying to create some momentum here. But how about that Pinoy step by Yam Concepcion?
Ito yung sinasabi ko sa'yo kaninang FDA-approved fadeaway. At saka yung sinabi mong we both know where he's looking.
Gotta find that inspiration.
Yep. Eto na, MGC.
Orgo. Boral wants it again in the post. Orgo to Maglupay. Go Cruz. Baseline. Oh!
That was a bailout call. They only had 1 second left in the shot clock.
Back in foul number 34,
Oh, yeah.
Clearly.
Up until that point, he was playing defense perfectly, except that last part when he tried to go for the ball but accidentally hit the arm of the offense. Yun yung ano, medyo nakaka-frustrate yan eh, kasi you guys did everything accordingly. The defense, everything by the book. And then last second, para makakuha ng shot clock violation, mafa-foul mo pa siya.
Go Cruz 6 the free throw. Mapúa protecting this 7-point lead. Recto. Igliane, too strong. Cuenco again. Too strong. Igliane. Can't find the right amount of strength to put that ball in the hole. And that's an offensive foul on Boral.
Offensive foul at number 91, JB Boral. Leo Casinillo for Sean Orgo.
That was a smart play by the defense, actually.
Recto. Abis saves it. Goho Cruz.
Warning on number 0, Alan Maglupay for faking a foul.
Casinillo. And L.A. Casinillo drains the three. Escamis. Cuenco, libre. Oh. Maglupay with the steal. Casinillo with the catch. And the finish. L.A. Casinillo. 5 straight points for Perpetual.
Oh, and yung momentum nag-shift papunta ngayon dito sa ano, sa Perpetual. All of a sudden.
Earl Sabasa, Cyrus Nazura coming back in for the Cardinals.
L.A. Casinillo. Great presence of mind to lay that ball up as he was fouled. Six straight points by L.A. Casinillo to put Perpetual to within 1. Cuenco to Nitura. Nitura short. And that's a foul on L.A.
Foul at number 8, Leo Casinillo. Sensation, Josiah Alcantara for Marco Cruz.
Josh Alcantara checks in for Perpetual.
Shooting 2 shots, yeah, Concepcion.
In and out on the first free throw.
Oh, kailangan tumashoot ni Concepcion to stop the bleeding. Kasi yung momentum shift natin, napakaganda para dito sa Perpetual. That was a 10-4 run galing dito sa Perpetual,
Escamis with a steal, and that's a non-sportsmanlike foul on Casinillo.
Like foul number 8, Leo Casinillo. That's his second personal.
And when Escamis first burst onto the scene here in the NCAA, he was known for this.
Oh, yeah.
Anticipating steals and igniting a fast break.
Yeah, he was getting 4, 5, 6 steals a game.
During that rookie MVP year, season 99, his homecoming. This is a guy who had 2 championships in the juniors division for Mapúa. So really what he has done for the school has secured his own legacy.
Yes.
Within it.
For the Mapúa Cardinals.
And again, he's known for going the draft because he wanted to finish his education. And those are the things that you really put emphasis on when you're an athlete.
And industrial engineering too.
Yes. I mean, student first, athlete second.
Casinillo. Casinillo drops it to Alcantara.
Binawi nito ni Casinillo yung isang foul at saka turnover.
Casinillo with 8-point sprints.
We got 2 minutes.
And Perpetual comes up with a steal. A chance to tie or take the lead. Bola na kay Boral. Casinillo. Maglupay for the lead. Sapasap inhales that rebound.
Oh, sabi, teka lang.
Sapasap to Escamis. Escamis draws a foul, and that's going to be 2 free throws for Escamis.
Parang nabigla ako dun sa move niya, ganun kabilis. Oo, very shifty. And if you're gonna compare Escamis to a professional athlete, sinong naiisip mo na parang pinaka-close na comparison sa kanya?
Ikaw ba? I mean, you're the one who plays there.
Ako, except the dunking part, prime Russell Westbrook.
Oh, an NBA player.
Yeah, prime Russell Westbrook, except the dunking part. The perimeter, the pull-ups, the step-backs, the shiftiness, how aggressive he is both on offense and defense, the steals, rebounds.
Well, talking to Clint, asking him who influenced him growing up, he mentioned 2 names. Kiefer Avena and Terrence Romeo.
Well, okay, maybe close to Kiefer. Close to Kiefer.
I agree with that.
Yeah, because he uses ball screen really well. He likes shooting those 3-pointers if the opponent goes under the defense. But sometimes he likes to make the defense dance also. That's the Terrence Romeo way naman. He's gonna isolate, make him dance, make sure he gets a good separation, takes those nasty perimeter jumpers.
So he took elements from Kiefer's game and elements from Terrence Romeo's game
and made it his own. The Clint Escamis style.
Abyss. Cuenco with the board. Escamis, lead pass. Concepcion all the way.
Oh, medyo mainit na si Concepcion ngayon. Hindi kagaya nung first shot niya na
Alcantara. Boral. Casinillo. Casinillo gets it back from Alcantara. Casinillo. Another steal. Escamis. Touchdown!
Escamis.
Oh, and just like that, ang momentum balik na ulit sa Mapúa.
9 points for Escamis. And look at Cuenco dive for the ball. And that's championship level effort. Concepcion with the finish.
Concepcion from Earl Sabasa.
The Cardinals re-establishing a 10-point lead.
That's a 3-possession steal game.
The #1 team in steals and fast break points.
This is the OG Mapúa we're talking about earlier, Don.
The Cardinals are flying all over the place. And they force a 24-second violation. And look at Flint, he's out of breath.
I mean, that's how it should be. I mean, going into the halftime, you're supposed to be out of breath. It means you gave your all in the entire first half, and it shows. I mean, the past few possessions that they've gotten from Perpetual, they converted, and they got steals off of it. So that's turnover points.
3.7 seconds. Let's see what Mapúa will do with it. Cuenco on the move. Cyrus Cuenco almost getting that shot to fall. Oh, it's going to be an Olsen Racela speech that will try to ignite these Altas boys coming into that dugout.
Actually, they did very well. Nagkaroon lang sila ng konting lapse.
Especially towards the end when Mapúa started forcing those turnovers. The Cardinals are ahead 40-30 at the half. You're back with us live inside the Phil Oil Center in San Juan City for this matchup between the top two teams in Group A and the Mapúa Cardinals. Maganda ang gising nila ngayon. Clint Escamis, 5 early points, and he set the tone for his ball club. And we're going to see later the number of points off turnovers, fast break points, and steals. When those categories are in favor of Mapúa, that's the type of game the Cardinals like to play.
Yeah, and I mean, stacking up those turnovers from players like Patrick Sleet, getting 3 turnovers off of him, that's gonna be huge para dito sa Mapúa. And so they got 40 to 30 para dito sa umpisa ng first half.
Mapúa Cardinals all season long have been trying to establish themselves into that team that's gunning for a championship, gunning for a repeat. And this is the most engaged and together that we have seen the team of Coach Randy Alcantara.
Oh, I mean, imagine going through all those mix and match positions that they've been doing for quite some time. And finally, I think, based on what we've seen during the first half, they somehow found a way back to being the OG Mapúa.
Now, that's the thing. We see it in the first half. So can they sustain it for the entire game? That's what we're about to find out.
Okay, to sum things up for the first half, Mapúa has been working really hard, putting in the extra effort. When I'm saying extra effort, they have 11 points off of turnovers, they have 10 second chance points, and they have 11 fast break points. If you're gonna put those into into something, yan yung mga bagay na hindi mo basta-basta nagagawa unless your pace is very fast, you're aggressive both on offense and on defense.
Number 1 team in points in the paint, the Mapúa Cardinals. They average 41.4 points in the paint per game. They've got 20 at the half.
And imagine forcing Perpetual 12 turnovers in the first half. If they can sustain this kind of pace, this kind of level of aggressiveness, both on offense and on defense, there's no doubt that they can be back to the OG Mapúa, the defending champions Mapúa.
Perpetual has the best starting unit in the NCAA, but right now the starters of Mapúa have outscored the starters of Perpetual 22 to 14. Perpetual also supposedly the best defensive team in the NCAA. They only allow 65.5 points per game, but Mapúa has put up 40 in the first half.
I mean, if you're really gonna stick to the numbers, then it's gonna be easy for you. But in this game, like what I said kanina before the game started, this is a must-watch game. This is a game that you put in your calendar long before it even happened. You know? And ngayon, pinapakita ng Mapúa kung bakit deserve nila yung spot na yun na pag sinabi mong kalaban mo yung defending champions, kami yun. They're showing it to us. Kanina may mga times na they've let up and Perpetual got a couple of runs. But in the end, they showed what it is to be the defending champion. Pero, first half pa lang yun. Will they be able to sustain it for the entirety of the second half?
Magkakaalaman na.
Diyan tayo magkakaalaman.
So abangan natin kung ganun pa rin yung effort na ipapakita ng Mapúa. It looks like they're going to start off this third quarter with that Cuenco and the Escamis backcourt duo. So this is a 5 that won the championship for Mapúa in season 100. All players part of that championship roster.
Speaking of yung championship ng Mapúa, yung teammate ko nanonood ngayon, former Mapúa Cardinal, Paulo Hernandez.
Uy!
Oo. Born scorer yun, pare.
Played in the finals.
Yep.
As well. So actually, sina Paulo at si Warren, as we see this shot by Cyrus Cuenco, you know, although they weren't part of the team that won the championship, they helped establish that that level of performance for Mapúa at yung expectation na championship caliber itong Mapúa.
Sila yung nag-umpisa nung championship caliber na Mapúa eh. Dinala nila dun sa taas and then from there, naramdaman na ng mga players ng Mapúa kung ano yung pakiramdam na nandun ka sa situation na yun.
Now, this was a scary moment right here, Prince. Naapakan ni Sean Orgo yung paa ni Cyrus. But he's okay.
Again, the last time we covered Perpetual, Orgo was having cramps. Everything was happening to him, but he's a fighter, and we both know that.
Cuenco running off screens. Escamis. Igliane for three. Andre Igliane with a long ball.
That's a back-to-back three para dito sa Mapúa Cardinals.
Wow, the Perpetual Altas, #1 team in the NCAA, down by 16. I don't think they've ever been down by this much this entire season.
Things are going really well para dito sa Mapúa, especially with their defense. Just by being aggressive, they are getting the shots that they want on offense and they are getting the steals that they want on defense.
Oh, what a pass. What a pass and finish by Igliane. The Cardinals with an 18-point cushion. Abyss in the post against Recto. Perpetuals got to make something happen. And right now, they are succumbing to the pressure being employed by the defending champions. Pasa muna natin kay Glycel Galpo.
You cannot bring any less than your A game. Ito ang bunga ni Coach Olsen Acela sa kanyang koponan upon entering the dugout. He calls on his squad to play unselfish basketball, emphasizing that it will take all of them to address their lapses. Ani niya, we have to take care of the ball. Huwag niyong isipin ang sarili niyo, while adamantly reminding them to execute and back on their defense so that they can limit turnovers and convert offensively. Speaking like a true leader, Patrick Sleet echoed this, saying, umasa tayo sa isa't isa at huwag natin akuin ang lahat. Yan muna ang balita mula courtside, Anton and Prince.
Thank you very much, Glycel, for giving us those insights and anecdotes from the dugout.
I mean, that's them eh. That's the Perpetual way, yung unselfish basketball. And again, paulit-ulit kong sinasabi, hindi lang dito, but the people I talk to, how Coach Olsen was able to make the players buy in to his system just by playing unselfish. And it has been proven. That's why they're #1 in their bracket. And they have to just go back to that.
Sleet. Orgo for three. Orgo, no. At babalik ang bola sa Mapúa.
You can see the frustration dito sa mga players ng Perpetual, ano?
Recto. Igliane. Orgo chasing Cyrus Cuenco around those screens. They're putting Orgo in every action. Orgo thought about it, decides to shoot. Sean Orgo drains it.
That's what they needed, ano, to stop the bleeding. It was an 8-0 run prior to that three-pointer by Sean Orgo.
And considering Sean Orgo's chasing Cuenco all around.
Yeah, that's how you get rewarded. I mean, you play hard on defense, you get open shots, you make it.
Escamis throws it out to Cyrus. Clint from the corner. Clint Escamis with 14 points. It is a 51-33 lead by the Cardinals. This was a broken play already. But that Cuenco and Escamis backcourt knows how to win. Turning garbage into gold.
Yun yung sinasabi nila na almost doesn't count. That was almost a turnover. But he made a three-pointer off of that almost. And that's heartbreaking para dito sa Perpetual.
Well, it's a Friday, so we have the youngsters here at the Phil Oil Center as well, getting an early exposure to collegiate-type basketball action here in the NCAA.
That's a glimpse to their future.
Orgo. Goho Cruz. Orgo. Orgo to MGC for three. In and out, Concepcion with a rebound.
Imagine your number one scorer sa team nyo pressuring the ball on defense. Sino ba namang hindi gaganahan kung ikaw yung teammates nito ni Escamis?
And that's been what Escamis has been doing all season long, guarding the opposing team's best scorer.
He gets the challenge from it. It gets him going. And when he's having an off night on offense, take note that he's the guy guarding the best offensive player of the opponent.
Abyss. Sleet. Abyss. Oh, Nunez. Mapúa saying it's all ball, but Nunez will head to the line. Coach Randy is saying just let it go. I mean, just thinking about the players that Escamis had to guard. I mean, you're talking about the likes of Renz Villegas, John T. Miller, all the top scorers, T. Macongotan.
Those aren't just regular guys. Those are the type of guys that you go to when you need to score. And imagine your top scorer or the guy who's scoring for your team asking to be the one guarding those players. That's the mindset.
Igliane. Cuenco to Escamis. Cuenco floats it up. Recto. Cyrus Cuenco keeps it alive. Escamis directing traffic. Concepcion. Igliane with a floater.
Medyo nasobrahan yung pag-share nila ng basketball.
Sapasap and Gonzalez are back on the floor here. Coming in for Cyrus Cuenco and JC Recto. Sleet. Nunez. Orgo. Sleet. Spins. Patrick Sleet gets to the rack.
Earlier, what he did was drive to the middle with his right and then spin going to the baseline. Dalawang beses na check. Sabi niya, chinek niya yung kanan. Sa kaliwa naman ako ngayon. He went going to the left, crazy spin, got the bucket.
Gonzalez missing on the runner. Sleet. And that's a foul on Concepcion.
Pinaramdam lang ni Sleet yung katawan.
Ganda ng ikot. Alcantara back on the floor for Perpetual. Goho Cruz. Abyss. Tip by Sapasap. EJ Sapasap. The way he was gliding there reminded me of Richie Rivero back in the day. And over on the other side, Abyss puts it up and in.
Medyo nabitin lang siya dun sa, sa side step.
Escamis for three. Overshoots the mark.
And I think that was the sign para magpahinga muna itong si Clint Escamis.
2 minutes and 53 seconds remaining here in the third. This is a Mapúa timeout. We have the Vice President for Sports and Athletics for the University of Perpetual Help System, Dalta, Boss Anton Tamayo. And we'd also like to say hello to Dr. Brigadier General Antonio Tamayo, Chairman of the Board and CEO of the University of Perpetual Help System, Dalta. We also have the Altas Angels on hand, sitting courtside. And the sea of Perpetualites here inside the Phil Oil Center in San Juan. Boral gets it to Goho Cruz. Goho Cruz. Alcantara. Abyss from the baseline. No go.
Ito na yung second five ng Mapúa.
Netura. Lazarte. Gonzalez gets it to Drex De Los Reyes. De Los Reyes spinning baseline. And Perpetual forces Mapúa to a shot clock violation.
Will this be the start of the Perpetual's aggressiveness?
2 minutes remaining in the third
Well,
quarter.
it's got to be. Still a long way to go. Alcantara missing.
Oh, that was a good blackout, ano? Galing dito sa Mapúa.
Gonzalez short. And Goho Cruz comes up with a rebound. Abyss to Sleet. Sleet against Netura. Oh! Netura! Trying to erase that shot. Sleet able to draw a foul.
Harapan ang tawag dyan.
Foul number 86, Cyrus Natura. Colabot for John
An
Evans.
aerial collision.
2 shots, Patrick Sleet.
I mean, if we're talking about air, Sinetura, it runs in their blood.
Yeah, we cover her sister, or his sister, Judiel.
Oo, yun yung mga high flyers na magkakapatid eh.
Judiel plays for the Letran Lady Knights. And she has a sister, Shaina, who plays for the national team.
Oo.
Sleet missing on the free throw. Sapasap. Oh, wow. Drex de los Reyes gets a basket. Go Cruz gets it across. Sleet, Boral, Alcantara for three. And Josh Alcantara drains it.
This is the Perpetual we know. You know, umiikot yung bola off a transition, getting the ball inside, kicking out, extra pass. Ito yung Olsen Racela system.
Sapasap. Oh!
Yan ang pwede kong sabihin na medyo Reggie Rivero yung dating. Napakaliit ng space pero naisingit pa niya yung sarili niya dun sa sidestep na yun.
Kuya approved.
Oo.
Boral from the corner. "15 seconds remaining here in the third period. Cyril Gonzalez leading Mapúa in scoring this season. Gonzalez for three. Cyril Gonzalez.
Down to the wire.
And I like what Cuenco was doing as Cyril Gonzalez was celebrating a little bit, reminding him that the game's not done yet. They still have one more quarter to secure this win. Anything can happen here in the NCAA. Perpetual may be down, but they're not out just yet. Well, I didn't know the Band-Aid on the cheek was still a thing. Remember D-Wade used to do that in the All-Star game?
Oh yeah. there was a time that it was uso and everyone was doing it.
Well, I guess to some people, certain trends just never go out of style.
No, I mean, it goes around. It goes around. The trends before, it just circles around after some time.
Sapasap looks up at the clock. EJ. Drex.
Big boy Drex down there to clean up for Sapasap.
"18-point advantage for Mapúa. Casinillo. Netura with a board. Hey, Perpetual beat Mapúa by 10. Looks like Mapúa wants to beat them by more.
Yep. Talk about revenge.
Gonzalez. Oh, teka. Bagsak si Alcantara. Sapasap is the culprit.
That was perfectly timed. Was perfectly timed by the defense. Galing.
Casinillo. Maglupay.
Alan Maglupay, green.
So,
Kanina pa nila inaantay yung mga ganong klaseng tira.
7 points for Maglupay. Sapasap. Alright, Sapasap will shoot 2 free throws. Pasa muna natin kay Glycel Galpo.
Yes, Anton, nabanggit nga sa akin itong si Coach Randy Alcantara na sana raw ito na ang araw na makuha nila ang consistent na simula hanggang dulo. Dahil alam niya raw na malaking bagay raw talaga ang maayos na execution from the start, and we see the Cardinals answering his call as they continue to ride on this rhythm and momentum. So for the last few minutes of this game, Coach Randy along with their coaching staff reminds them to stay disciplined and continue being assertive and active in their execution both on offense and defense. Coach ended the huddle by assuring the Cardinals, saying, "Huwag kayong matakot, mapagod. Last 10 minutes na may papalit sa inyo. Itodo nyo na to." Anton and Prince?
And with a rotation like that, you shouldn't worry about getting tired dahil it's arguable that it's something that you can debate. It's debatable na mas malalim itong Mapúa compared to last year.
Yes, and again, binanggit natin kanina bago natapos yung half, kung gaano kapagod itong si Escamis by playing defense nga ng all out. And yan mismo yung sinabi ni Coach Randy dun sa interview na yun, Huwag kayong magtipid mapagod kasi merong papalit sa inyo. And rest assured, yung papalit sa inyo has proven in this game that they're gonna give their all and make sure to take care of the lead that they've already built.
Alcantara drains the 3. 8 points for Alcantara. Sapasap to Nitura. Nitura on the pull-up. Look at the ball movement. Finding a wide open Maglupay. At eto naman si Alcantara ready to shoot.
Medyo malayo pa yun. But take note, Anton, itong grupo ng to, ng Perpetual, yung humabol, yung nagkaroon ng run kanina.
Alcantara to Labot. And to Labot gets the basket. You know, if this group can just get it down to single digits and you bring back in the first 5, it could be very dangerous for Mapúa.
But if you're gonna ask me, Anton, if this group can bring it down to single digit, I think they should stay. And they should be the one to, continue playing and maximizing the efforts that they can give before the first group comes back in. Kasi if it's working, I mean, why change it?
Cuenco. Gonzalez with a runner. Maglupay with a rebound. The Altas get another stop. Boran. Boral for 3. Short. And Sapasap comes up with the board. Cuenco. Cuenco. Gonzalez overshoots that one, and the foul is called.
You see how this Perpetual second group is playing defense.
Well, number 34, Yam Concepcion.
Sinasagad nila yung shot clock nitong Mapúa.
Coming back in for the Cardinals, Jericho Nunez for the Altas.
Nunez. Nunez. Alcantara. Alcantara. Maglupay saves it to Casinillo. Alcantara makes his move. Josh Alcantara.
Down to single digit.
Alcantara has caught fire. He has 10 points. Escamis for 3. No. Alcantara with the board. Boral, one man to beat. JP Boral is fouled. And look at this move right here. Yinoyo.
Oo. Now you see me, now you don't.
Still a lot of time for Perpetual to come back in this game.
Again, if this group of players that's inside is doing well, I mean, they're playing their hats off, diba? Sa defense and making sure na limiting Mapúa to one shot and then getting the rebound.
They're trying to review if they're going to upgrade this foul by Cuenco. This is going to be big if they upgrade their sprints.
Yep. I mean, sumusubok magkaroon ng run itong Perpetual and this might be the thing that they've been waiting for.
It's an 11-2 run by the Altas. And the foul is upgraded into an unsportsmanlike foul. A possible momentum changer here.
At the line, shooting 2 free throws, JP Boral.
Boral sinks the first. Two for 2. Plus possession for the Altas.
Lead is now down to 7 with 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining for the last quarter.
Casinillo. Alcantara. Alcantara. Nunez was not ready.
Oo, napakaganda sana nung play. Ang ganda ng screen na pagkakaset nito ni Nunez. Pero nabigla siya nung binigyan siya ng roll na basa.
Escamis to recto. Igliane. Igliane faking the handoff. Gets it to Escamis. Clint on the fadeaway. No. Casinillo with the board. Casinillo, wild pass, picked up by Cuenco. Concepcion. Concepcion will head to the line for 2.
And who was the guy who's playing defense who forced the turnover?
the same guy going up for this shot.
Diba yan yung reward system eh. If you have a big guy playing defense and then running down transition with you, you reward them. Kasi it's very seldom you see big guys running down transition offense.
Concepcion good on that one. Sleet looking for a friend. Mapua's in the penalty, Prince.
Oh, and that's what they don't need, ano? Giving itong Perpetual yung mga free throws kasi wala kang laban dyan. I mean, giving up free throws is like giving up extra 2 points sa kalaban. But in this case, you just have to, you know, trust that they miss it maybe para masabi mo na okay lang yung pinaul mo.
Oh, Goho Cruz missing on that free throw though.
And that's very seldom para dito kay MGC.
Naghahabol ang Perpetual. They need every point that they can get. Oh, he misses both. Sorry misses.
Yung isang miss, maintindihan ko eh. Pero yung dalawang miss, that's very unusual. But again, andito si MGC, babawi yan sa depensa. Let's see what Perpetual has for this Mapúa team on defense.
Escamis. Cuenco on the step back. Igliane. Cuenco against Nunez. Cuenco draws a foul.
Missing foul in number 21, Jericho Nunez. That's his third personal, team foul number 3.
8-point lead for the Cardinals. Cuenco from way out. Cyrus Cuenco. He is a sniper.
Oh, ang layo nun. From a parking lot yung tira na yun, Anton. Another turnover forced. Galing dito kay Clint Escamis. Defense. Look. This was the, Cuenco three-pointer.
3 out of 6 from beyond the arc.
And ito yung sinasabi ko sa yung defense.
And the celebration.
I mean, if you're playing defense really well and getting a turnover off of a Perpetual run, that's really gonna give you lots and lots of energy. And you can, I think, even share it with your teammates.
Championship effort by the champion, Clint Escamis. Orgo and Sleet running into each other. And that's how painful those missed free throws were. Had Mark Goho Cruz made those 2 free throws, it would have been a 6-point game. And now it's an 11-point game.
Those are the difference free throws can get you, ano? Yung mga maliliit na bagay na okay lang yan, namintis ko, isa lang naman eh. But it piles up. And you know, sometimes, katulad yan, yung dalawang free throw na yun, ano, that might have been big for them if they made that 2 free throws. Things would have been different, diba?
Challenge is unsuccessful.
So the challenge is unsuccessful. Clearly, Orgo lost control of the ball amidst the pressure of Escamis. Si Slit ngayon na nakatao kay Clint.
Oo. And alam natin na yan, dalawang yan. Gustong-gusto nila yan.
And they go into a zone. Cyrus.
Oh no, Mapúa is on penalty. Another foul was given.
And even Coach Chito Victorero, who's seated behind the benches, reminding everybody, don't foul.
Oo,
Because
kasi
they're in the penalty.
Na, oo, penalty na sila.
You know, you're giving chances for Mapúa to get back in the game. For Perpetual to get back in the game, rather. If you're committing fouls like this. But those free throws
are gonna be costly in the end. Alam ko na, Anton, kung ano ang kulang dito sa Perpetual. They're having a hard time because they're not used to it.
10-point game.
Hindi kasi sanay ito si Perpetual na nakakita ng ganitong klaseng pressure. Ano? And again, umpisa pa lang ng game na to. Mapúa, pinakita na sa kanila kung gaano sila ka-aggressive both on offense and on defense. That's a Concepcion 3.
Showing us the form. The flick of the wrist and the follow-through. Orgo can't answer. And Goho Cruz is down.
Ooh, I think the ref called for a flop. Yep, I think the ref called a flop.
Number 19, Mark Goho Cruz. That's the second infraction for making a foul.
And they can review that because it's not under 2 minutes.
And it's already the second infraction of faking a foul.
Oo. They can't review that because they don't have a challenge anymore. And at the same time, it's not under 2 minutes.
Well, Coach Olsen Rosella is infuriated on the sidelines. I don't think I've seen Coach Olsen this angry.
Yep,
all
even
season.
Me. I mean, he became my coach when I was at 16 years old, and I haven't seen him this angry since. I mean, that's him fighting for his players.
So you were just saying that you can't review this, but now the refs are reviewing it. And from that angle, it does look like a flop.
Does look like a flop. I mean, that's why we have the refs reviewing it now. I mean, to make sure na they made the right call, diba? Kasi earlier, I think he already got a warning for that, right?
Yep, that was what we heard on the announcement. Second infraction of faking a foul. And they have a laptop talking about the Perpetual side. Even Coach Olsen is reviewing it as we speak.
Warning on the bench of the Perpetual Altis.
So these are going to be technical free throws for Clint Escamis.
Oh, kanina, tinanong kasi nila si coach kung sino mag-free throw. And they all pointed Clint Escamis, but Escamis was pointing at Cuenco kasi sabi ni Cuenco, ako na.
Escamis hasn't missed though from the free throw line. 5 for 5.
That's one.
15 points for Escamis. 15 points, 5 assists, 2 rebounds, and a steal. And 100% effort on defense.
Yep. This is the Escamis I've been wanting to see. It's been a while since the last time I've seen the Escamis, the OG Escamis.
And the season 99 Escamis was playing point guard a lot.
I mean, the Escamis that we've seen this game is the every game Escamis of last season.
Escamis for 3. It is time.
That's the dagger that they needed.
His time is now. Clint Escamis has top scored for Mapúa twice this season. Today could very well be the 3rd time. And speaking of time, it's his time. Clint Escamis with a triple that could be the icing on the cake.
Yep.
Of a signature win that they have desperately been searching for this year.
I mean, Coach already said it kanina. No? Sinabi niya kay Glay, ito yung hinahanap namin. I just wish we can, you know, sustain this until the end of this game. We've already gone through a lot of mix and matches. And then I think ito na yung pinakamagandang start nila both on offense and on defense. And this is what Coach has been looking for.
Abis, natapikan mula sa likod. Concepcion saving it.
Shot clock at 14 seconds.
Oh! And that right there just sums up the kind of game and the kind of day it has been for Perpetual. Perpetual has only lost twice this season. First time against Letran on October 15, and in their last game against San Sebastian. Unless a miracle happens, they will lose back-to-back games for the first time here in season 101.
Sapasap has been doing everything for the Mapúa at the same time as Clint Escamis. Everything is just clicking for Mapúa. Their bench has been really, really active.
Cuenco.
Last 2 minutes.
Escamis gets it across. Cuenco has the ball. Concepcion.
Mr. Versatile.
Concepcion. Oh! Naubusan ng oras.
No basket, shot clock violation. Kevin Guimau.
Anton, take note, MGC's lowest scoring output is 6.
Yeah.
And in this game, he only has 8.
And only took 7 shot sprints.
Pinanggit ko sa'yo kanina, no, yung I think what Mapúa did the entire game, they allowed Perpetual to think that they are open by themselves. And in that case, they think they can, or they have a shot, preventing them from passing and rotating the basketball, which prevents Perpetual in playing their game. Because Perpetual is known to, you know, to share the basketball, get to the paint, get those kick-out passes, drop passes. But if they think they're open, and at the same time they're not, they're gonna take the shot.
So looking up ahead on the schedule of Perpetual, they will play Arellano next. And then they still have LPU remaining. Arellano and LPU.
Oh, medyo mabigat pa yung dalawa na yun. I mean, Arellano's not a joke team.
The thing is, they've already secured the twice to beat. So you also have to think that there's a little bit of complacency as well because nasa kanila na ang twice to beat eh.
Yeah, but you know that those kinds of games are like a good, are a good, you know, booster para dun sa papasok na, you know, preparation mo papunta ng Final Four.
Yeah, you don't want to enter those games sloppy.
Yeah.
You gotta be sharp. Oh, Gulapa. Ayun na, masyado ng malamig. First appearance for Joe Gulapa. Abdullah also making an appearance and Reyes as well. Gulapa. Abdullah picks it up.
Gusto ko lang din ano i-emphasize ano si Sleety Boy andun, 1 assist lang.
And Sleety Boy averages 4 assists per game.
Yep. And the past few games, he has been aggressive in the scoring department. In the beginning of this game, he was aggressive.
But just 6 shots. So MGC and Sleet have combined for 13 attempts.
And that's unusual para sa, you know, the #1 seed Perpetual.
Escamis has taken more attempts than Sleet and Go Cruz combined. And Abdullah with a fadeaway from the baseline. And look at the celebration of the Mapúa bench.
Again, 1 page.
It's as if it's Abdullah's birthday. How they celebrated that shot.
Oh, I mean, look at them, look at them. That's how you celebrate your teammate's success.
Coach Randy Alcantara and the Mapúa Cardinals with a signature win.
Yep, this is the OG Mapúa, guys.
And the OG rookie MVP, finals MVP, Clint Escamis, 18 points, 2 rebounds, 5 assists, a steal, and 100% on defense.
And free throw.
Yep.
And free throw.
Locked in. The boy is locked in. Alam na nila eh. The time is near. Papalapit na tayo sa group stage and the quarterfinals, and soon after we're gonna be in the semifinals. Before we know it, it's the finals.
Yep. And you know, Mapúa's not gonna let this game go. I mean, they're playing against a #1 seed, and they gotta be serious about it, especially coming in para dun sa Final Four.
A signature win for the defending champion Mapúa Cardinals as they dominate the Alta 77-61, splitting the season series against the Altas, who beat them by 10 points in their first meeting. We'll take a break and be back with post-game coverage. Don't go away. Keep it right here on Heart of Asia. The matchup between the top two teams in Group A has concluded, and the defending champion Mapúa Cardinals nagtagumpay kontra sa Perpetual 77-61, a statement win for the defending champions. Anton Rojas kasama si Prince Rivero, and with us right now, the champion coach, Coach Randy Alcantara. Coach, back-to-back wins para sa Mapúa. Napansin namin ni Prince na engaged ang lahat, happy kayo, nag-celebrate kayo tuwing nakaka-defensive stop, nakakapuntos yung mga players nyo. Ano ba nagbago, Coach, at sobrang positive nyo ngayong araw?
Yun nga, gaya ng sinabi mo, dun sa defensive stop kami nag-enjoy. Kasi mga ilang games, siyempre, yun nga, yung core nung last year, saka yung nadagdag namin. So yun ang challenging dun sa coaches yung season na to. Ngayon, talagang alam naman natin yung grupo na yun, talagang i-score yung marami doon. Pero yung ano natin, kung sino yung willing i-sacrifice yung offense nila or, para doon sa depensa. So yun, marami kami pinakita sa kanilang sa filming session namin na pinakita namin na eto tayo, tignan nyo yung itsura natin. Pag eto ginagawa lang sa atin ng kalaban na parang wala nang respeto kasi yung depensa natin parang, di ba, pababayaan lang natin. So yun, napatunayan namin na kaya naman nilang dumipensa, hindi lang yung umiscore. So yun, nakita natin yun.
Coach, anong masasabi mo, Coach, na every time may mga kinakalaban kayo, itong si Clint Escamis, ang napapansin lang namin, siya yung palaging may gusto na bumabantay dun sa, kumbaga, parang leading scorer nung kabilang team. Anong pinapakita niya at anong pinaparating niya sa team niya by doing that?
Yun nga, gaya ng sinabi na, kasi capable naman talagang umiscore lahat. Yun, yung leader namin, yung captain ball namin, nakita natin na kung sino yung scorer, sino gumagawa sa team, talagang aakuin niya na dumipensa para lang talagang makita ng lahat ng buong team, especially the rookies, na eto tayo, kailangan natin dumipensa, hindi tayo kailangan makipagpaliksanan shoot. So yun ang pinakita ng Clint ngayon. Sabi nga, marami nagtatanong ganito yung score niya, ganito. Pero di nila na, nung napapansin talagang yung kung sino yung scorer sa kabila. Yun ang siya mismo, coach ako kuha dyan sa pa lang, sa preparation pa lang. Alam na naman namin na talagang ready siya para to take charge dun sa mga score.
Locked in siya, locked in.
Oh, yes. Yun.
That's a great point by Coach Randy. Kasi nga, kung stats lang ang titignan mo, mapapansin mo yung points ni Clint. It's not the same as last year. Pero kung papanoorin mo yung mga game, Jonty Miller, Renz Villegas, Timac Ongotan, Mark Coho Cruz, yun yung mga binabantayan ni Clint, Coach Randy. Ngayon, may napansin kami ni Prince, Coach Randy, na pati ikaw, Coach, nagsa-celebrate ka dun sa ginawang sidestep ni Cyrus Nitura doon. As a coach, minsan nadadala ka din ba, Coach, pag nakikita mo yung mga players mo gumagawa ng mga pambihirang moves na nakakapag-inspire sa buong team?
Yes, yun naman talaga. Kasi pag nakita namin talagang nakipagdikdikan sa saka second option namin talaga mag-celebrate dun sa magandang highlights na yon. Pero gaya ng sinabi ko nga, talagang madadala ka lang din talaga dahil sa yun, na-enjoy na nila, nakaka-stop sila, nakaka-layup sila, parang yun.
Okay, Coach, ngayon napaparating na kayo dun sa second level nitong NCAA natin, ano? And coming off of this win, anong maitutulong nitong panalo na to sa inyo dun sa road ninyo papunta dun sa next level?
Malaking tulong to, malaking bagay para sa team to. Kaya nang sinabi ko, kung meron tayong gustong patunayan na kaya naman natin na ibigay na lahat kayo pwedeng maging two-way player. Yun ang goal ng coaches. Kaya talagang walang tigil na papakita sa kanila lahat ng mga mali nila din sa defensive scheme namin. Kaya yun, siguro ganito ulit yung energy, saka ganito yung ka-engage sila, kalakin yung mga players na give up yung their points for defense. Siguro.
Napakaganda pakinggan. Napakaganda pakinggan.
At ang ganda din ng lean back ni Coach Randy Alcantara doon sa
kitang-kita naman
ni Cyrus Nitura. Coach, I'm sure maraming sumusuporta sa inyo na nanonood ngayon. Baka gusto mo sila batiin, Coach.
Una, maraming salamat sa Panginoon at sa amin binigay itong panalo na to. Sabi nga ko sino mas gusto, siguro napakita ng mga players. Thank you, Lord. At sa mga sumusuporta, Engineer Tong Gonzales, maraming salamat po. Boss AA, maraming salamat po. Sa lahat po ng tutulong, Mapúa Global, Nanay Glacy, lahat po, buong Mapúa community, mga nanonood po ng live, talagang nandito para sumigaw at magdasal. Maraming salamat po. See you po sa mga susunod pa mga laro. Thank you po. Thank you, Anton. Thank you, Pichi.
Coach, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coach Randy Alcantara with us here. Back-to-back wins for the defending champion, Mapúa Cardinals. And of course, hindi pa tapos ang ating group stage or classification round. Meron pang dalawang laro. Etong kupunan ni Coach Randy Alcantara. Important games against San Sebastian on November 18 and then Arellano against on November 21.
Ayan, Coach. So, paghahandaan nyo yan ng maigi. Again, maraming film ulit yan. Ipapakita mo sa kanila na eto tayo kapag gusto natin dumipensa. Okay, Coach. Good luck po sa mga susunod na games.
At least, Coach, may material ka na for your next film viewing session. Itong game na to.
Yes, thank you.
Coach Randy Alcantara with us here on the panel for our post-game coverage. We'll take a break and back with more interviews dito sa Heart of Asia.
Coach, thank you.
A signature win for the defending champion Mapúa University Cardinals, winning over the #1 ranked Perpetual Alta 77-61, and it all starts with their rookie MVP, with their finals MVP, the team captain Clint Escamis with us. Clint, you were locked in from the start. 18 points, 5 assists, 2 rebounds, 1 steal, but 100% on defense this season. You took it upon yourself to defend the best players, the Jonty Millers, the T-Mac Ongotans, the Renz Villegases. Today, Mark Goho Cruz, the mission continues for you today.
Yes, yun lang nga. Yung goal namin ngayon, we haven't won over them for the past preseason and in season right now. So yung last namin ngayon, last na outing namin for them, yun yung pinupush ko sa teammates ko na we have to win kasi pakita natin sa kanila yung championship mentality namin.
And kanina kitang-kita naman natin na umpisa pa lang, ano yung naging parang pinaka-motivation mo to start aggressively both on offense and on defense? Again, balikan ko yung sinabi ni Anton kanina, hindi makikita sa stats kahit na nakalagay dyan 1 steal ka lang or whatsoever.
Yes.
Pero sa mga nanonood, nakagaya namin, nakita namin, na witness namin, hindi lang sa game na to, but to the previous games na whoever is the guy scoring sa kabilang team, ikaw yung dumidepensa. Ano yung pinaka naging motivation mo sa sarili mo and ano yung gusto mo iparating sa teammates mo by doing that?
Yun nga, doesn't matter if I have all these accolades, all those championships, pero matatalo ka lang na dun sa team na yun, na hindi ka nanalo this year. So yung gusto ko pakita sa mga teammates ko and feel ko naman na influence yung mga defensive and offensively na pinagagawa ko and din sumunod na and lahat na nag-gel na kami sa defense and sa offense and I think this is the start of yung championship talaga.
Yung OG Mapúa,
yes,
yung
OG
Cardinals,
Mapúa, yes.
pinag-usapan din namin yan kanina. So, dun sa naging journey nyo, papunta dito sa klaseng laro na nilaro nyo kanina, syempre maraming bumps yan,
Yes,
up and
of
downs.
course.
Ano yung pinaka naging hindrance sa team ninyo na pinaka nahirapan kayong i-overcome para marating yung ganito? Kasi marami daw nangyaring mga mix match dun sa mga sa grupo ninyo.
I feel like yung losing streak namin na yun, di lang kami nakinig sa labas. We just stayed in our circle and focus on what can we do better defensively. And syempre, especially in team chemistry namin, inayos talaga namin yun and block out all the noise. And yun nga, I think nagpapakita na sa mga recent games namin na nilaro namin.
Clint, let's talk about something more light kasi kanina pinapakita yung highlights mo and then of course the celebration that you've been doing when it's the fourth quarter, pointing to your wrist. Alam natin, in basketball, there's so many celebrations. Saan ba nagsimula yon? Yung you pointing to your wrist when you do this?
Syempre, idol ko talaga si Damian Lillard. You know how clutch he is, especially back in the 2010s. Pinapanood ko talaga yung mga games niya, especially mga ISO niya. That playoff against OKC, hit the game winner. If you all remember that, you all know.
Painful.
And yung Denver,
Paul George.
Yes, yung Denver na natalo sila, pero we all know that historic game na he couldn't miss. Austin Rivers had to pray na lang na he had to miss. So, yun yung kinuha na ko yung celebration na yun.
And
Yes,
celebration. Okay.
Bro, it's funny because Prince was saying that you remind him of Russell Westbrook.
Prime
in his
Westbrook,
prime.
pare.
Yeah.
Prime Westbrook. Except the dunks. Pero lahat, very flashy. Yung mga klase ng pasa,
oo.
yung defense, yung rebounds. Yun, parang para sa akin yun yung nakikita ko. And at the same time, nabanggit mo nga rin daw before na ang idol mo si Keith ata at saka si Terrence, no?
Yes,
So sabi
yes.
namin, parang pinaghalo mo yung dalawa para dun sa isa, gumawa siya ng sarili niyang mga galaw.
Yes.
And ang ganda panoorin. In this case, dito sa game na to kanina, napakaganda panoorin, especially yung depensa mo, how you communicated and how you gave energy to your teammates by playing defense and forcing turnovers.
Eto, Prince, I gotta ask this. Speaking of defense, syempre, nasubukan mo na lahat ng mga star players. Kanino ka pinaka nahirapan sa NCAA na bantayan, try to lock him down?
Sino ba? Feel ko si Jonty Miller na yung pinaka para sa akin.
Oo,
Yeah,
kasi
talaga.
nung huling napanood natin sila, siya ang dumipensa sa kanya, pero nung nakipag-switch,
Yun
dun
eh.
nag-umpisa gumawa.
Yes. He has height, tapos grabe yung skills siya pang guard so gotta give him props.
Yeah, and Jonty gave Clint his props also when
Yeah.
we talked to Jonty after the game. Sabi niya, Clint's a good defender.
And he was waiting for that time
And
na
he
siya ang
also
dumipensa.
said, when Clint stopped defending him, that's when they messed
Yeah,
up.
that's when they messed up. Nung nakipagpalit yung teammate mo sa'yo ata, parang nagkaroon ng isang switch Tapos nakita niya, hiningi niya agad yung bola.
Kasi
Right away, nakakuha siya ng basket. Sabi niya, eto na, this is it. Ayun. But again, mahirap bantayan yon. Pero in this game, nagawa mo yung goal mo. You
Yes.
limited MGC to 8 points, I think.
Yes.
Ang lowest point niya output is 6. So that's close to 6. And you guys got out with the win.
Yes.
That's how a veteran show yung paglalaro ng two-way offense and defense dun sa mga rookies, dun sa mga paangat pa lang na leading by example.
Yeah, and one more stat before Clint greets. Every time Clint top scores for Mapúa, Mapúa wins. They're 3-0. This is just the third time, actually. It's been so deep and so balanced. All right, brother, you can greet everybody tuned in right now.
Una-una gusto ko magpasalamat kay Lord for giving me the strength to play today. Sunod sa family ko, sa mom and dad ko, kay Kuya Bill, kay Kuya Mark, kay Ate Kim, sa kids niya, kay Tita Agnes, sa mga titos ko sa Davao, sa Dumaguete, sa girlfriend ko nanonood ngayon. Thank you for supporting me, and sa mom niya, sa family niya, and sa buong Mapúa community. Gusto ko magpasalamat sa inyo lahat na tuloy-tuloy niyo po yung pagsusuporta sa amin. Gagawin po namin yung lahat-lahat namin para po mag-back-to-back. And syempre sa mga sponsors po namin, syempre kila Kongdong, sa lahat po, sila Cruz family, sa lahat po sa Mapúa Global. Thank you po talaga sa lahat.
All right.
Girlfriend, managers, wala na.
He made sure to greet them.
Di ba yan, nabati niya na. Thank you very much, guys.
Clint Escam is with us here on the panel. 18 points today. Now let's turn it over to Glycel Galpo, nakasama si Yam Concepcion.
Thanks, Anton. Yam, congratulations sa panalo nyo ngayong araw. Back-to-back wins. Nakwento mo sa akin kanina habang nag-uusap tayo na 5-0 na kayo sa Altas simula off-season. At sabi mo nga gusto mo nyo lang magpakilala ngayong araw. Pero bukod doon, ano pa ba yung nag-click at nag-iba sa ganda ng nilaro nyo today?
Sabi lang sa amin nila Coach Randy, yung defense namin hindi lang 20 seconds, kailangan namin itodo hanggang hindi pa nagbabaser, kailangan namin dumepensa. Ayun lang, kailangan dumepensa kami ng 24 seconds. Ayun lang sabi sa amin.
And it played out well for you guys. Pero eto, next question. Kahit na sinasabi nila Anton and Prince kanina na ito na yung OG Mapúa Cardinals na kilala namin in their championship form. Syempre may challenging parts yung laro natin. Saan ka ba pinaka nahirapan kanina at paano mo na-overcome yung challenge na yun?
Nag-usap-usap lang kaming magti-teammate. Sabi namin, nakalamang na tayo, kailangan natin maging compose, kailangan natin pagkatiwalaan yung isa't isa, hindi tayo kailangan magmadali. Ayun.
Oo. At yan, you took your time. Yan din yung paalala ni Coach Randy sa inyo lagi, no, na maging mahabang pasensya, ika nga niya. Pero eto naman, meron pa kayong 2 games before ang quarterfinals natin. Siyempre, pinaghahandaan yan. Pero ano pa ba yung mga aasahan namin sa'yo? Ano pa ba yung mga tinatrabaho mo or nyo as a team na dapat naming abangan?
Ayun lang talaga. Kailangan lang namin talagang magtiwala sa system ng mga coaches namin yun. Tapos sa isa't isa na rin. Tapos ayun, unti-unti na naman namin na-gel yung team namin ngayon.
And we see that happening, of course. Pero eto, bago kita pagpahingahin, nakita ko kanina full support sa'yo yung mga kaibigan mo. Ang dami nila. So ito na yung pagkakataon mo para pasalamatan at batiin na sila lahat.
Unang-una, nagte-thank you ako kay Lord ngayon dahil sa panalo and sa ligtas kami nakapaglaro lahat. At syempre, binabati ko rin yung Mapúa community. Si Engineer Dong Gonzales, si Boss AA, si Boss Carlo, Buffalo Wings, Mapúa Global, tapos Engineer Teddy Abines, si Ma'am Glessy Estrella, tapos yung Cruz Fam, sila Kuya Jeff, tapos yun, yung mga Cruz family, lahat sila. And pinabati ko rin yung family ko na always nakasuportar sa akin dito, sila Mama, yung bayo ko si Yap, tapos yung mga tiga sa amin, tiga Pasig, lahat ng mga kaibigan ko, TDGF, si Bok, si Kuya Tala, si Kuya Mark, lahat ng mga tiga sa Nicolas Pasig yun. Tapos yung baby ko, si Anis, my lucky charm. Yun lang.
Okay, maraming salamat. Yam Concepcion, once again, congratulations. Balik sa inyo dyan, Anton and Prince.
Natutuwa kami dito sa mga sagot ni Yam. Hindi lang yon, dun sa bigote niya.
Oo, ibang klase yun. Yun ang signature daw niya. Ayon dito sa kaibigan natin. Yung signature niya.
Ayan, kasama natin ang outside sniper ng Mapúa, Cyrus Cuenco. Clutch threes again. Cyrus, mukhang eto na yung tunay na Mapúa. Anong kailangan nyo gawin para magtuloy-tuloy na?
Unang-una, nagpapasalamat ako kay Lord sa panalong binigay niya. Yung mga coaches namin, hindi nagsasawang pagsabihan kami, i-remind kami, lalo na yung mga free throw and yung shooting nga namin. So, pinapa-workout sa amin lagi, and especially yung defense namin. Kailangan diinan namin yung double effort talaga, tas yung pasensya talaga, yun yung nire-remind sa amin lagi ng coaches.
Okay, number 1 yung Mapúa sa steals, and nabanggit mo rin na nire-remind ng coaches nyo na dumiin kayo sa depensa. Ano yung pinaka madalas nyong ginagawa sa ensayo ninyo para makuha ninyo yung yung title na yun, yung #1 kayo sa steals, ano yung pinaka-gusto nyong na-enjoy gawin sa depensa?
Yun yung sinasabi lagi ng coaches namin na mag-enjoy kami sa defense at yung disiplina namin, walang sundot, walang foul. So yung depensa namin madiin pero disiplinado. Yun yung lagi sinasabi ng coaches.
Yun yung magandang sagot, yung disiplinado pero madiin.
Cyrus, ilang 3 points yung tinitira mo kada araw sa ensayo?
Nagsushooting kami nila Clint before training siguro parang 20 mid per spot or 30. Tapos may mga hit check pa. Pag na-shoot mo yung huli, parang tuloy ka pa hanggang nakaka-shoot ka.
20 per spot?
Tapos,
normally, that's 5 to 7 spots. Sa
minsan
3 points.
9 spots kami.
Minsan 9 spots.
Tapos after training din, shooting kami. Or paggabi, yun, shooting pa rin kami.
I mean, di naman siya magiging deadly sniper kung di nagsushooting yan eh.
Kasi naalala mo yung commercial dati, di ba? Si Penny Hardaway shoots 200 jumpers a day. So yun, 9 spots. Kailangan 20 made.
And sometimes, hindi yun 20 shots, 20 made shots.
20 made.
20 made shots. So, if you're gonna total, let's say, 9 spots, 20 made, that's 180 made shots. Iba pa dun yung tinira nila. How many yung tinira nilang attempts, di ba? And then that's before. And then meron pang after. Meron pa sa gabi. So, ball is life talaga. And makikita mo naman na pagdating sa game, nagta-translate naman yung hard work nila. And, ayun, nakakatuwa lang kayo panuurin. Ano yung mga ginagawa ninyo ngayon na gusto nyo sana maipasa dun sa mga next generation na mapangangat na Mapúa na pwede nyong i-share sa kanila?
Siguro yung Mapúa basketball na kilala nila na madiin sa depensa, tapos nag-execute ng mga play and may tiwala sa mga coaches and teammates. Yun.
Ilang years ka na lang ba dito sa NCAA?
Hanggang next year po.
Oh, so last
May
year,
isa pa,
may isa pa si
So meron
Cyrus.
pang isang taon yung deadly sniper ng Mapúa. Makakita pa tayo ng mga from the parking lot 3-pointers.
Alright, Cyrus, pwede mo nang batiin lahat ng mga nanonood ngayon.
Unang-una, binabati ko yung girlfriend ko na nanonood, si Jaya Ponce, sa family niya. Si mama ko, yung kapatid ko, si Haynes and Klein, nanonood. Yung si daddy ko sa US, tsaka lolo ko, Cuenco family and David family, sa Guam, sa Canada, and sa Ireland, Tolentino family, lahat ng sumusuporta sa akin. And nagpapasalamat ako sa buong Mapúa community na patuloy sumusuporta, kay Boss Aris Alvarez, kay Engineer Don Gonzales, kay Engineer Teddy Javines, sa Mapúa Global, and sa Cruz family, kina Kuya Jeff. Yun lang.
Prince, yan ang veterano, walang kodigo.
Walang kodigo. Alam niya na kung sino babatiin. Pag uwi pa lang niyan tumitingin na SM, okay, ito yung mga babatiin mo, okay. Ito. Sanay yan sa mga ganitong bagay. Pare, congratulations on the win.
Thank you po.
Cyrus Cuenco with us here on the panel. Another solid performance. Ngayon naman, balikan natin si Glycel Galpon, nakasama si EJ sa PASAP.
Salamat, Anton. Eto, kasama ko nga ngayon ang isa sa mga rookie ng Mapúa Cardinals na si EJ sa PASAP. EJ, congratulations sa inyong panalo ngayong araw. Bilang rookie, gusto kong malaman, maganda yung tinatakbo ng mga games mo. You're very confident at kumpiyansa ka to take your shots and to move inside the court. Saan mo ba kinukuha yung kumpiyansa na yan at yung motivation na yan in every game?
Siyempre, umukuha ka ng confidence unang-una kay God. Ganun. Tapos, yung sa practice, yun, ginagalingan namin lagi sa practice. Yung mga na-ensayo ko lahat, yung mga ginagawa ko dito. And then sa mga coaches na binibigyan nila ako ng green light para gawin yung mga yun.
Okay, at nakikita namin nagpe-pay off yung mga ensayong ginagawa mo. Next question, balikan natin yung naging laro nyo kanina. Of course, you came out with a big win today against the Perpetual Altas. Ano ba yung favorite part mo ng game nyo kanina? Ano ba yung highlight at pinaka na-enjoy mo kanina?
Yung pinaka na-highlight ko na sa game namin kanina, yung puro kami depensa, tapos hindi na namin kailangan mag-execute kasi nakakapag-run kami ng transition.
Bumabagsak na lang sa inyo yung game, no? Medyo effortless at mabilis na. Eto, last question ko sa'yo. After 11 games in your rookie year with the defending champions, ano ba yung isang bagay na natutunan mo bilang atleta sa sarili mo na babaunin mo pa sa mga susunod nyong laban, especially since we're nearing the quarterfinals?
Siguro yung pinakababaunin ko yung huwag kang magiging kampante, ganon. Tapos gawin mo pa rin yung mga ginagawa mo, pagpatuloy mo lang. Tapos lagi ka lang humble.
Yun, nataabangan namin kung ano pang papakita mo para sa Cardinals. Pero eto na ang pagkakataon mo, EJ, na batiin ang lahat ng sumusuporta sa inyo.
Binabati ko yung mga sumusuporta sa Mapúa. Siyempre si Engineer Don Gonzales, Boss A, Boss Carlo, yung family ko, yung mama ko, yung partner ko, si Kimberly sa PASAP, at saka yung baby namin. Yung mga taga-Japmin Concepcion Tarlac, binabati ko kayo, yung
Smooth, yung PPG family, Lucky Lucas, yun.
Okay, maraming salamat, EJ. Back to you, Anton and Prince.
EJ sa pass-up. Another solid outing for the rookie Prince.
Oo, quality. Sobrang quality nung pagpasok kanina ni EJ sa pass-up. And whenever he comes in, he makes sure na he brings out the energy with him and shares it to his teammates, both on offense and on defense.
And it's nice to see the defending champions all on the same page, locked in, working towards one goal. We'll take one more break and be back to put the finishing touches on our coverage live on Heart of Asia. (77-61), the Mapúa Cardinals with a signature win over the #1 ranked team in Group A and in the league, actually, the Perpetual Altas. So now we've seen the potential of what this defending champion squad can be as they try to go for back-to-back here in Season 101.
Oh, ito na yung locked-in Mapúa.
Inaabangan natin buong season because they've been in and out of 500 in terms of their record.
Yes, and again, prior to the start of the game, sinabi ko kanina na isa sa mga strengths nila is yung bigs nila din. And then they dominated the offensive rebound with 17 offensive rebounds to 7 para dito sa Altas, and 15 points yung second chance points nila. Yung starter points nilang mabigat. I mean, sila Clint Escamis, nag-boom sila, especially during the end, latter part of the game, sila talaga yung nag-take over and to make sure na to keep the win in their bag.
Prince, this is alarming if you are a Perpetual fan because Perpetual's #1 in terms of the starter points. They average 45.4. And Coach Olsen has never changed his starting unit this whole season. He's stuck with that same 5. So this 23 is very alarming.
Yes, and I think one of the reason kung bakit alarming yan para dito sa game na to, balikan natin yung sinabi ni Coach Randy kanina, kung gaano sila persistent na kulitin yung mga players nila dun sa defense talaga, na willing ba kayo magsakripisyo ng offense ninyo para sa defense. And it showed kanina na they weren't really looking for offense, but what started their offense was them playing defense from the backcourt up to the front court and then getting those defensive stops and converting into offense.
Prince, so let's update our team standings right now and explain why today's blockbuster doubleheader had serious implications in the groupings, in the play-in, and the quarterfinals. Mapúa creating separation here from themselves and Arellano.
Yes, and if yung case na sinasabi natin kanina, if matalo yung Mapúa, yung Altas, doon pa rin, #1 pa rin sila. Pero magkakagulo ngayon kasi magkakaroon pa ng chance si Arellano na umangat pa over dito kay Mapúa. But now that they created space, meron silang konting cushion para makip nila yung second place possession nila para dito sa bracket na to.
And if you're either 1 or 2, you have a twice to beat. So that's what the teams are fighting for, to get one of those 2 top spots, and you're trying to avoid the play-in situation, which is a do or die.
Yes, and that's gonna be tough, yung play-in situation na yan, kasi mas maraming games, mas nakakapagod yan, and by the time na umabot kayo dun sa gusto ninyong marating, twice to beat pa yung mga kalaban ninyo.
Kaya masakit yung nangyari sa Letran kanina because right now they're the same as JRU, so they could see themselves a team as loaded as Letran in a play-in situation.
Tama, and that's gonna be really tough for them coming, especially dun sa papasok dun sa semifinals, yung sa Final Four natin, and with the play-ins, magkakaproblema sila dun. Kasi, again, maganda yung nilalaro ng San Beda, maganda yung nilalaro ng Benilde, coming off a win against them.
So Perpetual, before these back-to-back losses, have been playing so well. Big reason for that is, of course, the super sophomore Mark Goho Cruz. So balik tanaw muna tayo and see Mark Goho Cruz's big week in NCAA Season 101.
He is arguably the NCAA's most overlooked star, often ignored for more popular and physically gifted players. But what Mark Goho Cruz has been doing for the Perpetual Altas should no longer be ignored. This past week, MGC put the entire league on notice. When Perpetual was matched up against Benilde, Goho Cruz soared over the odds. His aerial maneuvers against the much taller Blazers earned him a new nickname, Air Gojo. The native from Santa Maria, Bulacan would go on to finish with a team-high 19 points, including the game-winning layup.
Goho Cruz moves closer. Goho Cruz!
Unbelievable! Mark Goho Cruz! In the battle between the top teams from their respective groups, the Altas pulled the mighty San Beda Red Lions into the deep end. The game lasted 3 overtimes, with both teams trading haymaker after haymaker. But the most pivotal shot was a booming triple from the right wing by Goho Cruz himself.
Kailangan makuha mo yung big nila and maximize.
Goho Cruz for 3! Mark Goho Cruz!
That basket gave the Perpetual Altas the separation they needed to fend off the Red Lions and earn the win. That game, that victory, that player, Mark Goho Cruz deserves all the attention and respect from the NCAA world. And deservedly so. He is our NCAA Power Player of the Week.
So just in case anybody's wondering, Mark Goho Cruz was the power player before the 2-day suspension and postponements that we had here in the NCAA. Kaya yung huling game na yun, yung triple overtime na kinover natin dalawa.
So medyo na-delay lang ng pagpapakita, pero again, MGC is a really great player. He just had an off night today. But I'm really sure that they're gonna bounce back, especially him, knowing him and Coach Olsen. They have a couple of games left.
Yeah, I can't imagine Mark Goho Cruz having a third straight bad game because he's coming from 6 points, 8 points. We're expecting the third game is not gonna be single digits anymore. At ito yung mangyayari bukas. Nigel Gonzalez and the San Beda Red Lions will take on Sean Salvador, coming off a career-high 24 points. And the JRU Heavy Bombers, that's 11 a.m. And then LPU will take on San Sebastian. Two teams trying to climb the ranks in the team standings of their respective groups. Prince, great working with you again, brother. Prince Rivero with us here.
Maraming salamat sa lahat ng viewers natin dyan. Mga family ko nanonood ngayon, thank you very much. And again, NCAA, alam niyo naman na kung gaano kalupit yung mga games natin dito. So abangan niyo yung mga susunod pa naming games.
And of course, thank you very much to our director, Direct Elmond Salvahan, our course reporter, Glycel Galpo, and all of us from GMA Synergy. My name is Anton Ross saying maraming salamat sa inyong panonood. Cheers to the weekend! We'll see you all again tomorrow sa pagpapatuloy ng NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness.
This is the moment. Sa puso mo, the sky
station, Jen Corpus, Louis Rosales. The Mapúa Red Robins will all for the Coaches Challenge. Upon review, it's sportsmanlike foul on number 9, Jen Corpus. Falls under criteria 1. Ezekiel Solaris shooting one technical free throw. And look out for correspondent. And the line shooting to Orchid Cristobal. will be responded shooting 2 free throws. Shooting 2 free throws, Lorenzo Zanolia. Pushing foul number 23, Silva. Error the penalty. And in the last case, Lorenzo Zanolia. At the line, shooting 2 free throws to Purpose.
po yun.